help reform the public service, deepen and renew infrastructure in this country, as well as accelerate economic growth. Almost 9 years down the line, has the president and his administration managed to achieve this? Good afternoon and thank you very much indeed for joining us. This is a special coverage of the State of the Nation address. This is happening later on in this afternoon at the National Assembly, where the two houses shall be welcoming the president to give his State of the Nation address. And right here, we're also analyzing the state of affairs 9 years after President UHURU Kenyatta took over the reins of leadership in this country. We are looking at what has been his achievements, the misses and of course the hits. And I'm doing this in the hands of experienced technocrats and experts. My name is O'Brien Kimani. This, as I said, is a special coverage of the day's event. At O'Brien Kimani is my Twitter handle. At KBC Channel 1 is our Twitter handle. Remember, we shall be giving you live coverage of the day's event, of course, coming from the National Assembly. But before we get there, let's first of all have a look at some interesting data here. You know that I love them numbers because, as we say in business, numbers do not lie. Let's have a look at the numbers. Well, as you can see, in terms of economic growth in the financial year 2020, the fiscal deficit was about 8.7% of gross domestic product. This is against government medium-term target of 6%, which means that that was a miss. Let's look at other years. And when we are talking about a fiscal deficit, it means that the amount of money that the government plans to spend, but it doesn't have. That exactly is what we are talking about when you talk about the fiscal deficit. And as you can see, it was 8.7% in the year 2020 of GDP. And the reasons can be explained by the fact that the economy was going through a rough patch because of COVID-19, or because of the impact of COVID-19 that impacted the global supply chain, impacting tourism, which of course is a major tourism revenue earner for this country. Let's have a look at the year 2019, how the situation was, so that we can bring the whole thing into context. We're trying to get the figures for the 2019. There you are. And these are also some very interesting data because, as you can see, Kenya's economic growth for the year 2017 the size of Kenya's economy was 78.97 billion US dollars. That was the size of Kenya's economy in 2017, and this was an increase of 14% from the previous year, that was in 2016. And this has improved from that number to 87.78 billion US dollars in 2018. And this is, of course, an increase of 11.16% in 2017. In 2019, there you are. The size of the Kenyan economy was 95.50 billion US dollars. This was an increase of 8.8% from the previous year, that was in 2019, which means that the size of the Kenyan economy continued to grow. Kenya's economic growth, or the size of the Kenya's economy in 2020, was 98.8 billion US dollars, which was a growth of 3.5% compared to the same size in 2019. The slow growth can be explained by the fact that the country went through a rough patch because of COVID-19 pandemic, which impacted the global economy, disrupting the supply chain, and of course that led to some very painful business closure in this country. Of course, we're expecting this number to improve in the year 2021 because of various measures that the government has put in place to ensure that the economy bounces back this year. And of course, according to figures from the National Treasury, we expect the economy to expand by 6% in 2021 from 0.6% in 2020. So the question is this: what do we need to do to accelerate this economic growth? What do we expect President UHURU Kenyatta to tell the nation that his administration will do to drive this economic growth? I told you I have a pack of very experienced economic as well as development experts in the house. One of them is known, and you definitely have seen him on the screen. His name is XN Iraqi. He's an economic lecturer at the University of Nairobi. He has been on this platform before, and you know what? He says it as he sees it. Thank you very much indeed, XN Iraqi, for finding time this afternoon, of course, to be with us here. Asante sana. And next to XN Iraqi, we have Delano Kilu. He's a development expert. He has also been here, by the way, on this platform before, and of course, he has given us his peace of mind in the piece of advice in the past. And of course, we shall be engaging him to see what exactly he has to say this afternoon. Let's get to the issues at hand. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for finding time this afternoon to be with us here. Delano, I want to start with you. If you are President UHURU Kenyatta today, what would you tell the nation?
Thank you so much, O'Brien. This is a critical moment in the presidency of UHURU Kenyatta. This is the tail end of an administration that has been rocked by pressures from all sides, fiscal pressures, as you've correctly mentioned, security pressures, economic pressures, and political pressures. What we see, O'Brien, is that there is a change that is beginning to occur at the tail end of the presidency, and what we would expect to hear from UHURU Kenyatta is his first role as the president and as the flag bearer of this nation. Elected flag bearer, is his first call will be for the unity of the nation. At this time when the nation is so torn by various political ambitions and a lot of distress economically for the common mwananchi, you will see a rallying call. This is not going to be a swan song State of the Union address. No, he will be pouring out hope. He will be driving himself as a unifying factor, and he will be talking into what his administration has accomplished in real time, as well as what he intends to accomplish over the remaining months of his presidency. Also, O'Brien, what we'll note this day is that he knows very well that this is his very last opportunity to have an unencumbered state of the nation address. In every other instance, he will have now us as a country in full political fervor and fever and yearning very much to hear the new voices of those who are coming in. But for now, he has approximately about 2 months of relative calm and peace, because within the next 2 months, I think it is by February of 2022, then quite a large number also of his captains within his docket will be leaving to vie for elective posts. Civil servants, public servants will be leaving and resigning as required by the law to be able to try and cast their luck into the basket and see if they can get a seat. So President UHURU Kenyatta will want to address, number one, unity of the country. Number two, he will want to address what is wrong with our economy and how can our economy step out of the place where it is into the next phase. He will address the debt issue. Kenya's debt has been a growing and burgeoning problem for very, very many people. He will also address international cooperation. He's just come back from trips to several countries, including the United States, where he was the first African president to be invited to the White House by President Biden. And he has been to South Africa. He will be addressing also as a statesman that area of we and our role as a nation. Very good. Very good thoughts there, but of course I'll be coming back and touching on them a little bit. But I want to hear from XN Iraqi. We were with you here in 2013 when President UHURU Kenyatta was sworn in, and he said that one of his immediate assignment was first of all to create national cohesion and of course jumpstart economic growth. 9 years down the line, what would you, how much would you give him in terms of our scores?
I don't know whether I'm a mean examiner or not, but I'll probably
the fact that you're a lecturer,
I'll probably give him a passing grade, and with evidence. If you look at Kenya's economic growth from 2013 up to 2022, 2020, it has always been above 5%. And if you draw a graph, it has been very steady. So during his 9 years, except for COVID-19, the economic growth has been very consistent. If you look at Kenya's economic history for the last 50 years, 60 years, there have been a lot of fluctuations. But in those 5 years, it is stabilized. In fact, one of the most interesting things about the Kenyan economy is how it is stabilized, despite all the chaos between PNU, between ODM, between all the political parties. It seems that our economy is finally coming of age. It is able to outdo or to ignore political noise. And if you look at what is happening now as we learn to 2022, all the political players, whether it is William Ruto, whether it is Raila Odinga, whether it is Oka, they are all talking about economics. So I would give him passing grade because he was able to stabilize the economy. Of course, there were some hiccups. One of them was COVID-19, and I expect him to talk about COVID-19 today. And true to his economic background, he came up with some stimulus package to try and shield the economy from the excesses of COVID-19. To some extent, he did something. But in Kenya, we have one problem. We don't have time to praise others. I believe he did very well in terms of managing COVID-19 and the economic aftermath. But to take the question you gave to my colleague here, what are some of the things I expect him to address? I think the president will look at the past and also look at the future. I expect him to tell us what he has achieved in the last 9 years and the legacy he is going to leave that is going to outlive him. That's why he was very eager to come up with a handshake to make sure that he leaves a stable and unified country. He has tried all that he can to bring all the communities together. Because in my opinion, if you can bring peace in this country, I think all the other problems we can solve them, whether they're economic or whether they are social. Now, the other issues that he probably should have addressed and not to our satisfaction, one of them is there has been some political instability in places like Laikipia. There has been cases of terrorism, also that has been largely been contained by going to Somali. And to a large extent, people are asking a very simple question. What is going to happen to the next person who is going to take after Uhuru Kenyatta? And I think that's one thing Kenyans are going to be very keen about. Are you going to put us in the heart of a safe person? We don't know whether that is going to be Raila Odinga, whether it is going to be William Ruto,
not known yet,
or whether it is going to somebody else. But I think Kenyans are looking for certainty. That please, Mr. President, put us into safe hands so that the economy can do well, there can be peace, and there can be prosperity.
Let's hear from Dilana. And you're raising a very important issue here. When Kenyans are telling the president that leave us in good hands, what are they saying? I mean, it is up to them to decide who is going to take over after Uhuru Kenyatta. Do you expect him to address that issue today?
O'Brien, it's very important that you understand one thing. A State of the Nation address is not your ordinary address. It's the single address in any given year where His Excellency the President comes forth and acts as a father figure to the nation and says, guess what? This is our homestead. This is our family. These are our challenges. This is our hope. And this is the vision. So he will be addressing Kenyans as a father figure. He's going to be calling out to the fathers and mothers of this nation to say, I have taken responsibility in the preceding 9 years, and I am expecting to be able to do X, Y, and Z in the coming remaining months. So he's really going to be playing that uniting factor is not just at the legislature. It's not just with the judiciary. It's not just with the executive and his team that is playing on his side. It's going to be a clarion call to the nation that as a family, we need to work together. You're going to hear him connect emotionally to a national audience as a father figure, and as a father figure, because we're approaching the first Christmas where we have a relatively low amount of impact from COVID in Kenya, he's going to want to give gifts to his family. So you're certainly going to hear him giving some very good gifts. We expect that there's going to be a reduction in the price of energy or electricity. He's going to try and make it softer for the fathers and mothers to go through the December-January experience. That can be expected. So he will definitely strive to connect with the common, ordinary Kenyan, and then the promise of the future, because he knows that it's in the hands of Kenyans who they will vote into power next year. But he will want to leave a template that is very clearly defined, that anybody who is stepping into a different mode is not going to have his blessing, so to speak.
Yeah, we have also seen, in the last 3 or 4 months, heightened political activities in this country, leading to some small pockets of violence, and we saw these on Saturday in Kirinyaga. What kind of message would you expect the president to tell politicians who are expecting, to assume into positions of office, next year, Iraqi?
I think before I respond to your question, my friend Kiru seems to imply that depending on the speech the president is going to give, he should also be called Bamba Uhuru because he is very fatherly. That's the way you put it. But I think also let's not forget that the idea of a State of the Nation address is more American than Kenyan. It is one of the indicators that our constitution is getting Americanized. Not just because we have governors, we have senators, but also because of the State of the Nation address. In the US, they call it the State of the Union address. Now, to respond to your question, you asked about politics, about violence. Why there's a violence, or can you restate your question?
The question was this. I mean, we have seen a heightened, political activities in the country in the last 4 or 5 months. And in some cases, we have also seen, some pockets of violence. Yes. And we saw this in Kirinyaga. There was a time we saw things in Kodele. What kind of message would you expect the president to have for those seeking elective positions? I think
if I were in president's hands, there's a very simple template I would use. I would tell Kenyans that at one time, the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga was my biggest political contest, my political enemy. We shook hands, we made peace. Yeah. And all the other politicians, whether it's in Kirinyaga or wherever they're in this country, should follow the same example. So I think he is going to demonstrate that if he can make peace with Raila Odinga, anybody else can make peace. And I expect him to hammer and emphasize on that area. He's also supposed to tell us that it doesn't matter whether you are violent or not. Guess who will decide whether you're going to parliament or not? It is the voters. Why are you fighting? Because I can fight you and beat you and I will remove your teeth, but if the voters decide that I'm the one going to parliament, I'll go in. So I think he's also going to emphasize the fact that Kenya has become a mature democracy. We can sit and solve our problems. We don't need to fight. And one of the biggest achievements in this country in the last 5 years, believe it or not, in my opinion, was the nullification of the presidential elections. To me, that was the biggest achievement in this country because the polls were nullified and we never fought. And that was a very good indicator that this country has come of age. So to have some small guys fighting here and here, 2 MPs, 2 MCAs, over who is going to go to parliament, is actually a sign of political immaturity. And the president should tell those guys or those men and women to mature up and style up.
That's the message you expect him to pass.
That is the past, yes.
Kilu.
I think I would look at it a bit differently. O'Brien, we have for the first time in Kenya over 20,000 people vying for just around 1,800 posts.
Yeah.
It is going to be sad for a lot of people. A lot of people are seeing that this is my only opportunity and I may lose against stronger contenders.
Yeah.
And I believe that the president is going to address this from a different perspective. Actually, from like what my colleague, Professor Iraqi has said, he's going to have to touch on this matter now based on the US model. He's going to have to address the issue of corruption because we are all aware the elephant in the room is about corruption and corruption expenditure within an electoral period. And that electoral period is going to devastate this nation's unity if corruption financial flows are allowed to affect through violence the campaign period. So he's going to have to address the issue of corruption. He's going to have to take a very strong stance against it. And he's also going to have to appeal to leaders, like what my colleague again has said, that they be united, that we as a country remain united. Make peace with your enemy. Win or lose, we will still have a country that is worth living for after this. But more importantly, and I think something that's going to come out very clearly, is he's going to be now taking up his role after his presidency. You're going to hear glimmers of hope within that because he is definitely transforming into more of a statesman now, and I really believe he's going to take that approach of a Barack Obama post-presidency as he leaves office, where he's not involved in the politics of the day, but he's a statesman not only for Kenya but for the region, for Africa and globally as a whole, especially in this season when Kenya took up the United Nations Security Council chair over the last month.
Very good, and those are some of the achievements that we should be talking about. Remember, this is the State of the Nation analysis, which is coming to you live from Broadcasting House, and of course, what you can see on your screen, members of the military who are waiting for the arrival of President UHURU Kenyatta. That is on one part of your screen, and then on the other part of your screen is what exactly is happening inside the National Assembly, where members of Parliament have started to stream in as they await for the President UHURU Kenyatta to arrive. Remember, we are waiting for that very important State of the Nation address, which is expected to take place at exactly 3 p.m. And so for now, our teams are on the ground. They are watching for possible signs that the president has left State House en route to the National Assembly, whereby he's expected to make that speech. But in the studio, we are in the safe hands of XN Iraqi, who is an economic lecturer at the University of Nairobi, and Dilano Kilu, who is a development expert. You are saying something in regard to what you expected the president to say in regard to what's happening politically.
Yes, you see, Kenya is no longer an island unto itself, and that's why you see so much travel from the office of the president, is because we live in a global setting. And in this global setting, there's a big transition from just martial law into the Universal Declaration of Peace. You're seeing a lot of that happening around the world. The calls for peace are now resounding across the globe. And so he wants to be that peacemaker. And he's going to be bringing that out because as part of his responsibilities constitutionally, he's required to tell us as Kenyans what the obligations of Kenya are at an international level. What have we gotten ourselves into? What are we getting ourselves out of? And what partnerships will be of great value going into the future? So based on that, we do see in reality, there is not just going to be hope, but he will have to give some practical steps as how does he grow Kenya from this. And I want to agree 100% with Professor Iraqi that yes, he has a passing grade, and we did see double-digit growth on many years of the GDP. But if we measure GDP currently in PPP terminology, it's 108 billion. We are the 6th strongest GDP in Africa. In fact, we have Kenya has a GDP that is bigger than Hungary, a European country. So we have grown.
But of course, with a much smaller population, Hungary.
Exactly, but people don't look at the population because of the principle of equality of nations.
But of course, when you also compare that with per capita income for Kenyans and Hungary, of course, Hungary is ahead like 100 times.
Well, there are worse ones, worse models like Singapore with only 6 million inhabitants, the size of Nairobi, Greater Nairobi. They were able to export more than the nation of India with 1.2 billion people. So it's not
everything is comparable here.
Exactly. So what we're saying is we have made steps ahead, and we expect that the president will be alluding to some of those facts in his address. But he will also have to address the issue and the crisis of debt, not wanting to leave that behind in his legacy.
Very well. I mean, as you can see on your screen, we have what you call the fat cars arriving at the National Assembly. Let's see whether you see the image of President UHURU Kenyatta. But of course, that is not the president, who is arriving. But who is that? Let me see from my screen. I believe it was one of the dignitaries.
They have masks. It's very hard to recognize them.
That's a problem because everybody is putting on masks. But I can see the two speakers of the House. And I can also see the leader of government business, that is Honorable Amos Kemunya. I can also see Honorable Pogisho. So they are lining up, waiting for the handshake. So I think it's proper to imagine that the president may not be far away. But let's come back, to the issues here. He alluded to the fact that for the second time since the history of this country, Kenya is a member of the UN Security Council, a major achievement by all means. Do you expect the president, to blow the horn out and say, look here, this is a big achievement globally?
I think he doesn't need to go blowing his own trumpet. He's supposed to act. And there are two crises that he must address in that position. One of them is Somali. Whether we want or not, Somali is our neighbor. And Somali is not going anywhere. And the sooner we make peace with Somali, the better for our economy. I don't see Somali as a violent country myself. I see it as a market. So if we can pacify Somali, we shall have a bigger market. The second country he has to deal with is Ethiopia. Ethiopia has been unstable for the last 1 year or so. And in that position in the US Security Council, I think our president has a very good position to exert pressure on the combatants so that they make peace. So if he can make peace with the neighbors, if he can make sure they are peace with neighbors, that would be a very lasting legacy. So that is he's in a very good position to make sure that those two countries are peaceful and they become our good.
And why are you forgetting South Sudan?
South Sudan, I am sure Kenya played a very big role in pacifying that country. So, but I'm saying with that position now, he has even a bigger position. He's at a pedestal there to make sure that the two countries are pacified. And that would be a very good lasting legacy, to make sure that the two countries, the two neighbors, the three countries are peaceful. Because if you look at geographically speaking or economically speaking, you always trade more with your neighbors than other countries. US biggest trading partner is Canada. Our biggest trading partner is Uganda. And Mexico. So if you can have peace around the neighborhood, then the economic growth he's talking about would be easier to achieve. So I see him addressing that issue.
Do you also expect the president also to alert the nation that, there has been a lot of, friction between Kenya and Tanzania in the past, but we saw the president pull a major diplomatic score here when the Tanzanian president, Samia Suluhu, visited Kenya, and she affirmed that Kenya is indeed a major or an important trading and economic ally of Tanzania. And we have seen somehow a thawing of relationship between the two countries. Do you expect him to say anything about that?
He's definitely going to touch on regional economic cooperation and via the regional economic communities. So he certainly is going to come out very strong on the East African community. He's going to encourage for Kenya to really continue with the membership of the East African economic blocs. He's going to touch on Uganda and Tanzania from a perspective of we are growing our friendships, our partnerships, and our relationships. It's very important, as Professor Iraki has communicated, that we sort out the Somali problem. We sort out the Ethiopian problem. Sudan is also beginning to press. We saw some conflict rising between Sudan.
Just a minute. As you can see, that is Deputy President William Ruto doing the modern day greetings. What would you call these? We call them
fist bump.
The fist bump.
Very Oriental, Japanese, Chinese, they bow.
That is Deputy President, of course, William Ruto, who has just arrived for this very important function. You see, the most interesting thing about Kenyan politicians is that when they are together, they portray a very peaceful and coexisting narrative. But when they go to the political fields, they become different.
That's very true.
It becomes no holds barred. However, here you can see a lot of deference. There's a lot of very strong political culture. You can see from the body language, it's very, very direct, that the fist bumps are being done with a lot of deference and respect and honor, and you actually feel it. So this is definitely a national moment. And you can see that the deputy president, his body language conveys that he's quite comfortable in this environment. He's not uncomfortable with this environment.
Very good, and I like the tete-a-tete they're having there. Look at him, adjusting. That is Kimani Wamatangi, the senator for Kiambu. He's adjusting his tie. And one thing that we ought to remember is that Kimani Wamatangi is allied to the other arm of politics. Is not aligned to UDA, right?
Perhaps that tells us that whatever we hear from politicians or see them doing, we should not always follow them, because they have their own agenda compared to their own agenda. The way they act politically is not the way
they Suna East Member of Parliament, Junet Mohammed, the one who is bowing?
I suspect so.
I can't see him clearly. Yeah, that's actually Junet, Suna East Member of Parliament. He's one of the Ruto's harshest critic, and as you can see, they seem to be breaking bread and having fun together, right?
The political occasion demands so. That they must talk as in one voice, and they must demonstrate their leaders.
You know what is happening over here is you see the deputy president doing his guard of honor. He's taking his time. he's reveling in the moment. He's enjoying the slow procession, and he's enjoying the conversations.
And
he's in no hurry to go anywhere. He knows this is his moment for him to be able to do those greetings, to connect with the individuals and the various leaders of the nation who have assembled at the parliament buildings.
And this, I mean, it can be classified as such an auspicious, moment for him, whereby now all the eyes of the nation are on him, when he's going through all those people, and of course, saying hi, and of course having a tete-a-tete.
I wish they could amplify and we hear what they are discussing. That would be interesting.
I don't know whether that would be possible.
It's not just greetings, I think.
Maybe they could be discussing personal issues, which we may not want to wade to. But, that's a sign that President Uhuru Kenyatta may not be far off from, arriving at the National Assembly. So let's continue with the discussion that we are having here, even as we keep an eye on what's happening outside the National Assembly.
You can see him greeting Major Sorobit, the Sergeant at Arms for the National Assembly.
And cracking a few jokes.
Yes.
Yeah. Interesting. And how do I pray that even as we go into the political mood next year, I mean, we can maintain this kind of calmness, even in our political discourse?
I believe the only thing that can happen to maintain this kind of calmness is we have to remove the dividing factors. And the dividing factors have already been mentioned as we do our pre-briefing before the State of the Nation address. It is a global pandemic. It's COVID. The fear and the decimation, probably because of COVID, has to go away. The fear of terrorism and a terror attack against this nation. The fear of economic inabilities and inadequacies, those have to be removed. If the president in his State of the Nation address can remove those dividing factors, then we will see much more of this being channeled down and cascaded down to the common man.
Iraqi, yes, before you say that.
Yes, we also have to accept, my colleague, that this country is maturing up. When you remember when we went to, was it Kirinyaga?
Yeah.
Which celebration was that? Was it Madaraka? Mashujaa Day.
Yeah.
And people were asking, is DP going to come? And he came. With all the noise we have heard about the president and the deputy are not the same, they are not talking terms, he came. Today, he's going to turn up. That means that although we can make noise politically and we can make noise everywhere else, when it comes to national issues, I think we remember we are a nation.
Yeah.
We remember that we have a purpose, we have an objective. And I think today that's a very good sign of a maturing country, that we know when to act and we know when to be serious.
Exactly.
That's why when you see the president walking around greeting, the deputy president walking around greeting people, it's a very good sign.
Yeah, and probably maybe this is a sign, is a sign that, what probably maybe we see as, hostilities between the two, between Uhuru Kenyatta, the president, and his deputy, could be imaginary on our side.
As reported. As reported. We don't know what happens in the background.
Exactly.
And we may never know.
Because also in Kirinyaga, you saw them and happily,
yes.
patting each other.
And I'm looking forward to how they are going to react when they meet today. Because I'm sure the deputy president and the president are going to meet maybe in the next few minutes.
Exactly. We are here and we are going to see
the body language.
We are here and we are going to see that. But let's go back to the issues that we are discussing here. The issues of debt.
But Brian, before you go to debt, there's something my friend raised that I think we will not lose track of it. You talked about Tanzania.
Yeah.
I was in Arusha about 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
I don't understand why we have this conflict, imaginary or not, between Kenya and Tanzania. It's our neighbor. We'll always be our neighbor. We talk the same language, believe it or not.
Yeah.
And we trade with them. So I don't know where these skirmish come from, Tanzania and Uganda and Kenya. We shall always be neighbors.
Yeah.
So let's make sure that we are in very good relationship. Number two, I am sorry you left that. There's a proposal that DRC should become part of the East African community. To me, that was very good news. Remember, Southern Sudan was joining East African community. And there's one member we need to join East African community as soon as possible, Somalia. One way to pacify Somalia is to do more trade with Somalia.
You seem to be having a very soft spot for Somalia.
Because I know it is a market. I know it's our neighbor. And they have very beautiful beaches. So instead of going to Mombasa, I want to go to Kismayo Beach when there is peace.
That sounds like a plan, eh?
It's very interesting that my colleague Professor Iraqi has mentioned that Somalia is a market, and this signifies the maturity that we've been talking about here in terms of development. Kenya has come of age, O'Brien, and because Kenya has come of age, development is no longer ingrown and inbred. We're looking to the horizons. We're looking to future markets, and unless Kenya steps up and stands up and begins to play its trade role on the global stage, we will continue to be deficient. And many of the people who are in key leadership positions are very, very much aware of this fact. And that's why there's this very big clarion call to come together united. You'd be so shocked to find out that Mombasa port, in terms of importation, is completely imbalanced. We have very few exports as a nation that we actually push out to the global market. If we were to do the comparison, I know you don't like the compare and contrast, but if we compared ourselves to a nation like Taiwan...
He likes data, I know that.
You like the statistics. So if you look at the nation of Taiwan, for example, that is currently doing all the microchips, they hold the dominion over the global microchip market. It's not a very large nation, but they are doing that. There's so many things we can do here. We have a very educated population. And again, the president in his State of the Nation address is going to touch on education, because he has done a lot in the last 9 years that has changed the dynamics of education. We have an educated populace. There's so much competition. Right now, many jobs, people are no longer looking even at master's degrees. They're saying, do you have a PhD? Or are you a professor? In order for you to be able to access the levels that you want to access. So the degree even is almost, it's considered you should have a degree, but then have you improved beyond that particular degree? So education, free primary education, better education at the secondary level, which is going to now begin to spill over even into university education. I think President Kenyatta, with all due respect, has done a lot in terms of...
Do you expect him to comment on CBC?
Definitely. I'll be very surprised if he doesn't mention that, because that's part of his legacy. Like, I left the country with a new education system. So I definitely expect him to talk about it. He even got us a PS in charge of that particular docket. So I expect him to talk about CBC and the investment that the government is going to put in that area to make sure it is a success.
What do you expect him to say in regards to, I mean, there has been, you know, some pockets of disquietness, if I was allowed to say so, you know, among parents who feel like, you know, the school is being brought home by kids through the CBC system, well, but now they're being overworked.
I think in all reality, O'Brien, the truth is CBC is here to stay. CBC is not going away. It's just been mentioned that there's a whole PS driving that docket. Could it be that perhaps as parents we left the place where we were supposed to be, engaged in our children's education activity? I know there's a cost on the pocket from a CBC perspective. Not everybody celebrates the system, but not everybody likes change. Remember many years ago, decades ago, when we left the CPE system and went into KCSE, nobody was happy. Everybody was very unhappy. Today, do you hear any complaints?
Actually, everybody wants to go back to 844, right?
Correct. So change, 60% of the population will always be unhappy if you say there's a change. We saw that with things like Huduma. We saw that with other controversial projects within this particular administration. But CBC is definitely here to stay. I think the parents need to gear up and to be ready for that. It's also going to give some practical access to technical skills and other skills to children. That might be a light for the nation in the next 20 to 30 years.
And also, it's also good to remember that, I mean, I think about 10 billion shillings, the president gave orders that 10 billion shillings be sourced to address infrastructure, you know, in our schools. That is, of course, a major achievement. Iraqi, you also expect the president to say anything about the digitization of government services and with a well-acclaimed e-citizen. What do you expect him to say in regard to that?
That's exactly what I was saying a few minutes ago, that Kenyans have no time to appreciate some of the achievements of this country. I remember if I wanted to get a driving license, I would not go in any of the offices in Nairobi. I would prefer to go to the countryside because there were fewer queues. I remember many years ago, I saw people collapsing in electricity house coming to pay for power or water. I remember how hard it was to get a passport. I remember how hard it was to get an ID. Nowadays, you go online. So digitalization of the government services is one of the key achievements for this government in the last 10 years or so. But because Kenya and ordinary Kenyans have no time to be thankful, they may not do that. So I expect the president to mention on that and tell us that digitization of the government is going to get even deeper. You remember the IFMIS? You remember all the government services, the NTSA and so on. So I think that's a big achievement, Huduma centers and so on. But because some of us have never traveled to other countries and see how bad the systems are, that's why you don't have time to appreciate. But I expect the president to talk about that. And I also hope you talk about taking digitization to schools. Remember the laptops? The laptop. I think that's one area the president should revisit. So that instead of my child carrying 10 textbooks, he just put those textbooks on a small laptop.
And it happens in Rwanda.
And it also becomes much easier to update the curriculum. So if there's new knowledge, you just update on the laptop or somewhere in a website instead of buying new textbooks. Because textbooks have become very expensive and it's very hard to update them. But laptops, software is much easier. So I expect him to talk about that as one of his legacies.
Dilana, I mean, you also have some experience and some expertise, in the security sector in this country. Let's talk about terrorism. Remember, in the year 2012, 2013, up to around 2014, we used to have numerous terror attacks in the city of Nairobi, in Garissa, in all these areas. These days, we don't hear so much of that. Actually, the whole of Lamu at some point was a no-go zone, but somehow things have, the president or the government has managed to pacify that area. You expect him to say something about in regard to security?
He's definitely going to say something about security. And I think this is one of the things as a State of the Nation address. It's a big achievement for the administration of UHURU Kenyatta as the President of Kenya, because in security, we see great progress. We see today, yes, there are still the songs and stories of Nairobi. There are still issues with crime, and we call it petty crime, robbery, burglary. We have the border problem where people are using borders to do a lot of theft and things like that. But the large-scale attacks, by and large, have been diminished and depleted. And the objectives of those who would destroy this nation have been taken away from under their feet. So we see the initiatives around about anti-terrorism police unit, around about the unification of the military and the police, in the combined military operations. For example, what you saw in Boni Forest in Lamu, and I remember the late Senior Assistant Inspector General Peter Pamba was key. He was there for 3 months. You know, we have Kenyans who are heroes. They went into those places and rooted out the terrorists from those places. So for us, from a security perspective and as a security community, we see that this nation has grown in leaps and bounds. The use of technology to capture details, you see that in Nairobi with the CCTV cameras and Mombasa. We see that also in terms of information sharing, but also from the general public, the fact that informants are coming forth to give information to people like the DCI as there's something wrong. I'm not sure about this. Could you please check on that? So the president during this term has reduced the number of attacks. There have been serious planned mass-scale attacks that have been completely stopped. The public doesn't know about it, but there have been big achievements. Also, the ability to resolve very quickly large-scale attacks that have been planned, like, for example, 14 Riverside Drive, Dusit, that terror attack was supposed to have many more casualties. Somehow the security operations were able to filter out 700 people safely from that environment that had been targeted by those terrorists. They were able to find the ammunition dump within the site where those terrorists were planning to use more ammunition to destroy Kenyans' lives. So in terms of security, I would say that he's definitely going to say that the security of this nation is good and it is strong. Also, you mentioned 2013, 2012, we used to have a lot of grenade attacks. You remember the grenade attack in Isli that damaged the legs or crippled one of our members of parliament, you know, and we see so many of these things were actually stopped. And the ability to actually detect and stop those particular types of attacks has been a very good thing. However, that said, I would still say he will be saying, let us continue to be vigilant. We know Kenya is targeted. We know that we're the island of peace in an ocean of instability currently, with Somalia's issues internally as well as externally, some of their aggressions, Ethiopia's issues internally. We know that there's a lot of arms that are flowing into this country. But bigger than that, you know, security is also the underlying factor of security is economic stability. And right now we have a very big drought that is affecting almost 2.4 million people in northern northeastern Kenya, which hasn't been completely addressed. Those kind of things are the things that weaken national structures of security.
And so we expect the president also to touch on the issues around the drought. And that is an issue that I'll also be coming back to. But also, it's also good to appreciate the fact that now there is an enhanced harmony and, between all the security apparatus in this country, whereby it was very evident even during the Dusit attack, whereby, there was a proper and definable chain of command as to who was in charge, right?
Correct. There's been a multi-agency approach to large-scale attacks in this country, as well as to threats. And it's not just a local footing for that multi-agency. It's also with a lot of international cooperation. So Kenya is working with friends from around the world and different types of agencies from around the world to collect and gather this information and be able to stop these threats and these attacks well before they happen. We do see that multi-agency approach has helped previously. It is continuing to help going forward. You see, even in terms of the recent passing out parade of administration police just yesterday, that the areas that they were trained on was specific to new roles within the National Police Service. And it's very, very good what we see our Inspector Generals have been able to do since the new constitution was promulgated. Inspector General Kimayo did his part, Inspector Boynet has done his part, and Inspector General Boynet and Inspector General Mutiambai is currently doing his role in terms of building up internal security, but working very closely with the Department of Defense, working closely with other agencies and the National Intelligence Service to stop the threats to this nation.
In the same length, the president has also been accused of militarizing, some aspects of this country, some commercial aspects of this country. For example, the management of Nairobi now, is largely under Lieutenant General Mohammed
Badi.
Yes. And of course, the Kenya Meat Commission now is also being managed by, military officers.
Kenya Wildlife Service.
Say that again?
Kenya Wildlife Service.
Kenya Wildlife Service. So what do you expect him to say, that if at all he's going to say anything?
I was hoping that question not be targeted to me, because it is if I can talk in Swahili, hiyo ni swali nyeti. But I can respond to that, because some people have raised concern about militarization of state corporations, because running a corporation using the military is not the same as using civilians, for two reasons. One, the military is used to command. You are given a command, you are given an order. I spent some time in National Youth Service before I went to the university, so I know exactly how it operates. So, but if you look at an organization, a typical organization, we need a lot of creativity so that people can be innovative. But when you use command, you sacrifice that. Number two, I think instead of bringing military to run institutions, build those institutions. If there's a problem, rectify it. Because the people who are running KMCU, wataenda wapi? The people who are running the other institution, where are they going to go? So if there's a problem in an institution, rectify that. Don't repress, in other words, build capacity.
Very good. And as you can see, the outriders are here, signifying the fact that the president is finally here. And as you can see, his official limousine is around here. In the US they call it the Beast. Delano, what name would you give to the Kenyan version of the Beast?
I would still call it the Beast. This is actually, if I'm not very wrong, the same vehicle used at the tail end of the Kibaki administration. So this is also a significant sign that he is comfortable in office in terms of that particular position. And highly armored vehicle and ready to protect the president at all levels.
Very good.
But I would not call it the Beast.
You would not call it the Beast? I would call it
Munyama.
Munyama. Yes. What a name. That's President UHURU Kenyatta, actually. He has finally made his way to the dais. Let's now, first of all, listen to our honorable national anthem.
National salute! Please stand up! Present and ready for inspection, sir.
by his deputy, William Ruto, both of them en route to the National Assembly. But first of all, they're doing an elbow greetings to members of parliament. And is that the governor of Nairobi? That is Ann Kanalu there. Various members of parliament, both from both the two houses, before finally he can make his way into the house to deliver the much expected State of the Nation address. And before we got there was something that you were touching about corruption. And of course, there are a number of corruption, scandals that still remain unresolved. For example, the Kimwarel, the Rio Olympic scandal. So many of them. Do you expect the president to say anything in regard to that?
I would be very surprised if he doesn't say something about corruption, because that has been a milestone on his government for the last 9 years.
Yeah.
And for all the achievements that his government has got in the last 9 years, that has been the brunt of it. And I think anybody in this country is always complaining about corruption, whether you are the grassroots, whether in the high places, whichever sector you come with, corruption is a very bad. It has given this country a very bad image. So I expect him to address that, and not just him, but even whoever will come out of the president will have to address that issue.
What do you expect him to say?
He'll probably say he has done his part in fighting corruption, and maybe he might end up saying that some people have let him down, either in person or institutions. I expect to talk about that. But corruption is going to be is something that we need to fight in this country. And you have heard the people who want to be president next year. They're talking about it. They're addressing it. Because my opinion is that if we could tame corruption, then those figures you are showing here about growth rate would probably double.
Very well.
And
gentlemen,
he was shy about saying triple, but corruption must be addressed. Roots of corruption must be addressed. Structures of corruption have to be addressed.
Yes.
And he's going to mention that he expects the judiciary to play its role.
Gentlemen, I mean, we'll pick it up from here, because now we have to go to the National Assembly, where now we want to hand over to our reporter, Mr. Edward Kabasa. Edward Kabasa, what's happening in the House?
Making their way to the gallery, which is situated just above the sitting or the chamber. There is the public gallery and the speaker's gallery. Usually during such an occasion, the deputy president sits in the speaker's gallery. If you're just joining us this is a special sitting, a joint sitting of the 12th Parliament, where the President will address a joint sitting of Parliament this afternoon. The President, pursuant to Article 132 of the Constitution, will report to the nation on the measures taken and the progress achieved in the realization of the national values, among them patriotism, national unity, sharing and devolution of power, the rule of law, democracy, and participation of the people, human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, non-discrimination and protection of the marginalized, good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability, and sustainable development. The President will then publish in the Gazette the details of the measures and progress of the realization of the values, and submit a report for debate to the National Assembly on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic. This will be the 8th address by the President of Kenya, President UHURU Kenyatta, on the state of the nation this afternoon, the 30th day of November 2021. This broadcast is courtesy of the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A joint sitting of the Senate and the National Assembly, such as this, is provided for in the standing orders, both the National Assembly and the Senate. In the National Assembly, it is Standing Order 21 to 25. The President shall address the opening of each of newly elected Parliament. At the conclusion of the President's address, the President shall the sitting shall stand suspended or adjourned as the Speaker may direct until such a time or to such day as may be specified by the Speaker. The President shall address a special sitting of Parliament once every year and may address Parliament at any other time. The standing orders also state that the Speaker shall notify the members of the place, date and time of a sitting, and whenever the Speaker has been informed that the President will address a special sitting of Parliament on a specified day and time, then on that day no motion for the adjournment of the House shall be made before the time for which the President's arrival has been notified. The President has arrived in Parliament, and any moment now he will make his way into the chamber, accompanied by the two speakers, and he will address this joint sitting, which is a provision of the Constitution of Kenya. Members shall be called to order and stand in silence whenever the President enters or leaves the chamber. The President may be accompanied in the chamber by an aide-de-camp. This sitting, any sitting of Parliament, is reserved for members of Parliament and the Sergeant-at-Arms, as well as the clerks. So anyone who accesses the chamber without authorization is a stranger in the house. But the provisions of the standing orders of the National Assembly makes room for the aide-de-camp of the President to accompany the head of state and government into the chambers of the National Assembly. Whenever the President addresses Parliament, the Speaker of the National Assembly shall take the seat on the right of the President, and the Speaker of the Senate shall take the seat on the left of the President. At any sitting held under this standing order, the Speaker of the National Assembly shall preside and shall be assisted by the Speaker of the Senate. So this afternoon, the Speaker of the Senate will say the prayer, and thereafter there will be a convocation by the Speaker of the Senate, and thereafter the convocation by the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Speaker of the National Assembly will be the one to invite the President to make his State of the Nation address, and thereafter the houses will adjourn. First by the Speaker of the Senate, and two by the Speaker of the National Assembly. When delivering an address to the House, the President shall be heard in silence, and the address shall not be followed by any comment or question. Whenever the President delivers an address, a member may, as soon as practicable thereafter, lay the address on the table of the House following the reading of such address. A member may give a notice of motion that, quote unquote, the thanks of the House be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the address of the President delivered on 30th of November 2021, but debate on the motion shall be capped to just 4 sitting days. The standing orders of the National Assembly also provides for an address by visiting dignitary. The provisions of the Standing Order 24 may apply when there is a foreign dignitary who has been invited to address a joint sitting of Parliament. The Speaker may, in consultation with the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, allow a visiting head of state or other such visiting dignitary to address the Assembly, and may, in consultation with the Speaker of the Senate, arrange for a joint sitting of Parliament for purposes of an address by such visiting head of state or such other visiting dignitary. Standing Order 23, which talks about the President entering or leaving the chamber, and paragraphs 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the Standing Order 24, which speaks about the time that the President is addressing the joint sitting, how the speakers are required to sit, where the Speaker of the National Assembly is required to sit on the right of the President, and the Speaker of the Senate is required to sit on the left of the President. This standing orders do also apply when there is a foreign head of state or any other dignitary who has been invited to address either the National Assembly or a joint sitting of the Senate and the National Assembly. If you're just joining us, any moment now, the President of the Republic of Kenya will walk into the chambers and will give the 8th address, the State of the Nation address, where he is expected to report to the nation the measures taken and the progress achieved in the realization of the national values which are contained in the Constitution. Democracy is a national value which is contained in the Constitution, as well as participation of the people. Human dignity is also listed as a value in the Constitution of Kenya. So is equity, social justice, equality, human rights, non-discrimination, and protection of the marginalized. Good governance is also listed among the national values which the President is expected in his address to update the country on the progress and measures taken to realize that as well. The President has in the past used such an address or occasion to speak about what the country is doing to protect its territorial boundaries. Right now, as Kenyans are aware, the country is fighting to, at least not physically, to protect its territorial boundaries. It is one of those issues that the President has spoken about in other forums and made it categorically clear that Kenya will not yield to any pressure and will not forfeit even an inch of its territorial borders. In the previous addresses as well, the President has spoken about the war on corruption. He has often updated Kenyans on what is being done and the progress which has been made as far as the fight on graft is concerned. Perhaps this will provide an opportunity for the President to once again talk to the country about what his administration is doing to ensure that the country is able to fight corruption and reclaim some of the resources which have been lost to graft. The President also, in his previous addresses to a joint sitting of Parliament, has spoken about the Big Four agenda, which this administration is anchored upon. Manufacturing is one of those areas that this administration has paid a lot of focus on. So perhaps the President will use this opportunity to update the country on the status of this Big Four agenda, which was announced by the President when he was sworn into office for the second term. Food security is one of the agendas what is the status of food security. The country is currently battling drought. The government has dispatched a raft of measures and relief food aid, as well as cash transfer to cushion some 2 million Kenyans, more than 2 million Kenyans, spread out in more than 10 counties. They're facing a lot of challenges as far as vagaries of weather is concerned. Of course, famine is something that is not new to them, and the government has been doing everything possible to ensure that those Kenyans are taken care of. On your screen, there's an indication that the president will appear, and he will take the red carpet and make his way to the chambers. On your screen right now is a corridor that leads to the members' lounge. That corridor leads to the members' lounge, and it also leads to the chambers of the National Assembly. So the president will appear, accompanied by both speakers, Speaker of the National Assembly and Speaker of the Senate. And he will walk along that corridor and make his way to the National Assembly chambers. The National Assembly chambers is spacious enough to accommodate all the members of Parliament. This includes the members of the National Assembly and the senators. This sitting is being conducted in strict adherence to the COVID-19 protocols. Of course, not all the members will be able to sit in the chamber because the Parliamentary Service Commission has often ensured that the sitting arrangement is organized in such a manner that the house is not crowded. The joint sitting of Parliament, such as this, provides Kenyans with an opportunity to listen to such an address by the head of state and government. And this particular sitting, will provide Kenyans with an opportunity as well to listen to the steps which the government is taking to ensure that affordable housing, one of the pillars of President UHURU Kenyatta's administration, the progress of that, how many Kenyans have been able to be accommodated in this particular program, how many have been able to gain access to affordable housing, universal health care, how many Kenyans are under the National Hospital Insurance Fund, how many Kenyans are able to provide the basic of care. And also in terms of manufacturing, how many Kenyans have been able to set up manufacturing firms, and what is the status of the manufacturing sector in Kenya. And in terms of job creation, how many jobs have been created of the last 12 months, because the State of the Nation address takes place once every year. So the President will be able to update Kenyans on all this, the status of the Big Four agenda, the steps being taken to realize the national values which are contained in the Constitution of Kenya. They include patriotism, national unity, sharing, and devolution of power. Last week, there was the devolution conference which took place in Makueni County, and the focus was the war on climate change. Governors representing counties vowed to take matters into their own hands and play an integral role in the war on climate change. Over 2 million trees are being planted in Makueni County. There are counties which have adopted policies that are engineered to position them strongly in the war against climate change. Climate change is one of the issues that all government, not just Kenyan government, is dealing with. So how is the government of Kenya going to make it relevant to Kenyans, the issue of climate change? What is being done? The President did announce a couple of months ago, and he also announced it last week when he addressed the devolution conference, that the government will be utilizing some $62 billion. 13% of that will be own-sourced, and the remainder will be sourced from abroad to fight climate change. A colorful procession by the Sergeant at Arms, followed by the two maces of the National Assembly, and followed by the clerks of the National Assembly, and President UHURU Kenyatta, accompanied by the two speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate, making their way into the chambers. It is the time that many Kenyans have been waiting for, and the time is nigh. I will now hand you over for this special broadcast of the State of the Nation address. President UHURU Kenyatta will be giving the 8th address to a joint sitting of Parliament, the Senate and the National Assembly. Members will be upstanding as President walks into the chamber to address them and address the country on the state of the nation. My name is Edward Kabasa. Now I hand you over for this special.
Naam, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta tayari kaingia ndani.
with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Your Excellency, Honorable UHURU Kenyatta, CGH, President of the Republic of Kenya, and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces. The Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin B. Muturi, EGH MP, Honorable Members of Parliament, Article 1321B of the Constitution of Kenya requires the President to address a special sitting of the Parliament of Kenya once every year and any other time. Further, Article 1321C requires the President to inter alia report in an address to the nation all the measures taken and the progress achieved in the realization of the national values set out in Article 10 of the Constitution. In addition, Article 2407 of the Constitution requires the President in his capacity as the Chairperson of the National Security Council, NCC, to report to Parliament annually on the state of the security of Kenya. In this regard, pursuant to Article 1321B and C1 and 2 of the Constitution and Senate Standing Order number 222.1 and 2, upon a request by the Presidency via a letter reference number OP/CAB 2612A, dated 19th November 2021, I gave notice of today's special sitting to the Honorable Senators via Gazette Notice number 12989, which was published on Friday, 26th November 2021. Accordingly, Honorable Members, this special sitting is properly convened. I thank you.
Your Excellency, the Honorable UHURU Kenyatta, CGH, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, the Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Right Honorable Senator Kenneth Lusaka, EGH, Honorable Members of Parliament, Article 132, Clause 1 of the Constitution of Kenya requires the President to address a special sitting of Parliament once every year and at any other time. Further, Article 132, Clause 1, Paragraph C requires the President to once every year report in an address to the nation on measures taken and progress achieved in the realization of our national values. Additionally, Article 132, Clause 1, Paragraph C, Roman 3, provides that the President shall submit a report for debate in the National Assembly on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic. In this regard, honourable members, by way of a message to the House dated 19th of November 2021, His Excellency the President conveyed his desire to address a joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament today, 30th of November 2021. Consequently, pursuant to provisions of Article 132, Clause 1, Paragraph B and C, Romans 1 and 2 of the Constitution and the provisions of Standing Order number 22 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, by Gazette Notice number 12823, which was published in the Kenya Gazette on 23rd of November 2021, I gave notice of this special sitting to the members of the National Assembly. Accordingly, honourable members, this special sitting is properly convened. Your Excellency, allow me, in the usual parliamentary practice, to recognize part of the distinguished guests who are with us today. Seated in the Speaker's role, I wish to recognize His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, EGH, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome, CBS, the former Prime Minister, and the African Union's High Representative for Infrastructure Development in Africa, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, PGH, former Vice President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, EGH, and the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, EGH, and the Chairperson of the Council of Governors, who is also the Governor of Embu County, the Honorable Martin Wambora, EGH. Please join me, honorable members, in welcoming them to the National Assembly. Your Excellency, allow me also to welcome other members of the judiciary present today, including the Honorable Lady Justice Njoki Ndung'u, Judge of the Supreme Court, Justice Daniel Musinga, President of the Court of Appeal, Lady Justice Lydia Achonde of the High Court, and Justice Oscar Angote, and Lady Justice Maureen Onyango. Your Excellency, may I also accord special recognition to all Cabinet Secretaries present, the Head of the Public Service, Dr. Joseph Kinyua, Principal Secretaries, the Governor of Nairobi City County, Honorable Anne Kananu, members of the Diplomatic Corps present, and the Chairperson of the County Assembly's Forum, who is also the Speaker of the County Assembly of Nyandarua, the Honorable Wahome Degwa. You are all welcome to Parliament. Honourable members, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces to address this special sitting of Parliament. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, indeed it is my distinct honor and high privilege to once again return to the chambers of Parliament to deliver my 8th State of the Nation address since my assumption of office as the 4th President of the Republic of Kenya on Tuesday, 9th of April, 2013. As always, it is a great pleasure to return to this august house where I have had the opportunity to serve on both sides of the parliamentary divide, indeed with many of you who are present here today. I first served as a nominated member of Parliament, introduced into this chamber by the Honorable Raila Odinga and the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, and later as a cabinet minister. And after an unsuccessful presidential bid in 2002, I found myself on the opposition benches as the leader of the official opposition and member of Parliament for Gatundu South. 5 years later, I was called to serve as Deputy Prime Minister in the Grand Coalition Government under His Excellency, the former President, Honorable Mwai Kibaki, and the Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Odinga. In that position, in that administration, I held 2 positions, the Minister of Trade and later the Minister of Finance. This journey of mixed fortunes taught me that you could serve your country in any capacity, because service is not a position, it is action. It also taught me to have empathy for both sides of the parliamentary divide, and indeed all shades of political opinion. Of all the lessons, the enduring one is that Kenya is always greater than any one of us. Indeed, in times of great political turmoil, men and women must be spurred by the love of their country to bridge partisan divides and to come together to put Kenya first. It is not always easy, but honorable members, it is necessary. Then as now, we are called upon to do all that is necessary to heal Kenya, to build bridges, and to focus on the 99% of shared visions of a better Kenya as a priority to the 1% of differing ideologies and positions. Personal ambitions were placed aside for the good of Kenya and the enduring benefit of generations of Kenyans yet unborn. And that selfless service, that sacrifice, led to the people of Kenya ultimately working together, bestowing upon me the high honor and extreme privilege of serving them as president in 2002. For the trust and faith that the great people of Kenya placed on me, I am and will forever be most grateful and internally humbled. Mr. Speaker, today I return to Parliament as President, and I am here to fulfill a constitutional imperative introduced into our political tradition and practice by the 2010 Constitution. In fact, I was indeed privileged to be the second president to be discharged this constitutional mandate when I first made my first State of the Nation address on the 27th of March 2014. The Constitution at Article 132 mandates the President to report to a special joint sitting of both Houses of Parliament on measures taken and progress made in the realization of our national values as defined by Article 10 of our Constitution. I am also constitutionally obliged to report on the status of our fulfillment of the international obligations of the Republic and the state of our national security and the general state of the nation. In line with this constitutional instruction, my address today will lay emphasis on three elements that I consider important to our country. The first is the state of our economic development, which is about our national well-being. The second is the state of our social structure, which looks at the restoration and propagation of the dignity of our people. And the third is the state of our nationhood, which speaks to the soul of our nation, including the state of our democracy. Before I report on these thematic areas, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, and honorable members, to give a brief account on the state of our national response to emerging disruptions. Specifically, I want to now put on record how the power of choice on the part of our administration, as supported by Parliament and indeed the county governments, turned the COVID-19 pandemic from a national crisis to what I believe is an intergenerational opportunity. Mr. Speakers, when the pandemic hit our country in March of 2020, we were quick to warn the nation that a crisis is twinfold. It is partly a danger and partly an opportunity at the same stroke. I highlighted the inescapable fact that depending on what you focus on in a crisis, you can either emerge triumphant or indecisive out of fear and despair. In other words, a crisis is indeed all about choices. Those who choose danger and fear do not survive. Those who see the crisis through the lens of opportunity develop resilience and are able to build back better. And I say this because, for instance, a Kenyan company known as Revital, operating in Kilifi County in the coast region, became Africa's largest producer and exporter of vaccine syringes during the COVID period. In 2020 alone, Revital exported 70 million COVID syringes to over 20 countries globally. In fact, Revital currently has the capacity to produce 300 million COVID vaccine syringes every year. The global shortage for COVID vaccine syringes stands at 2 billion, and this itself is taking advantage of opportunity. This means that Revital is able to produce 1 out of every 10 COVID vaccine syringes globally. The company saw opportunity in the crisis of COVID, adopted accordingly, and innovated its business processes to optimize on the new opportunity. Another company in the same league is Hela, a global apparel-making company with a foothold here in Kenya. In the first months of the pandemic, this company changed its strategy from producing clothes to producing PPEs and face masks. With the WHO requirements of 80 million face masks per month at the height of COVID duress, Hela produced 5 million masks a month between April and May 2020. This means that through innovation, Hela manufactured 1 out of 16 masks required globally every month, contributing immensely to the slowing down of the COVID pandemic. This again was a case of seeing opportunity in a disaster and adopting to the changes. However, choices are nothing without leadership, and I say this because when COVID-19 hit our country, my administration found itself confronted with a dilemma of 2 rights. Opinion was sharply divided on whether to lock down the country or to leave it open. On one side of the divide, they presented an economic argument. They warned us that to leave the country open, they advised us to leave the country open and save the economy. And they argued that COVID was a health crisis that should not trump economic imperatives. The other side of the divide made a compelling health argument against the economic argument. Led by a brain trust of medical scientists and researchers, they argued that the country had no option but to lock down. Their models pointed to a soaring crisis if drastic choices were not made. According to these experts, a series of irreducible minimums had to be met before considering softer health protocols. Indeed, after much reflection, we opted for the public health argument over the economic argument. Our rationale was that you can always revive an ailing economy, but we cannot bring to life those who die from the pandemic. And with this logic informing our choices, we set out to build the irreducible minimums recommended by the experts to forestall a COVID disaster. Although the health argument won, we did not dismiss the economic argument in toto. We made fiscal choices to cushion the economy through a number of economic stimuli. And today I'm happy to go on record in this august House as having succeeded in the choices that our administration made. Because of our fiscal stimuli, today I can report that the impact of COVID on our economy was 14 times lesser than that on the global economy. As part of the first stimulus package that we announced interventions that warranted the national exchequer to forego taxes amounting to Kenya shillings 176 billion. These tax measures included the immediate reduction of VAT from 16% to 14%, 100% tax relief for all persons earning up to Kenya shillings 24,000, reduction of pay as you earn from 30% to 25%, reduction of corporation tax from 30% to 25%. We also caused the lowering of the central bank rate, the CBR, to 7.25% from 8.25%, so as to prompt commercial banks to lower interest rates applicable to their borrowers and thereby avail much needed affordable credit to MSMEs across our country. We lowered the cash reserve ratio, the CRR, to 4.25% from 5.25%, so as to provide additional liquidity of approximately 35 billion to commercial banks in order to directly support borrowers that were distressed as a result of the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Central Bank of Kenya also provided flexibility to banks with regard to the requirements applicable to loan classification and provision of loans that were performing as of the 2nd of March 2020. We further engaged banks and all financial institutions to support all enterprises and families that sought to restructure their commercial banking through debt moratoriums and review of tenure of these facilities. There was a temporary suspension of the listing of the credit reference bureaus of any person, micro, small and medium enterprise and corporate entities whose loans had fallen overdue or was in arrears. The Kenya Revenue Authority was directed to expedite the payments of all verified VAT refund claims amounting to some 10 billion shillings, or in alternative, allow for the offsetting of withholding VAT in order to improve cash flows for businesses. The 6 billion shillings from the Universal Health Coverage Kitty was immediately appropriated strictly towards supporting counties in the recruitment of additional health workers to support in the management of the spread of COVID-19. Subsequently, we rolled out the second stimulus package with the support of this House, whose tenant was an 8-point economic stimulus program amounting to some Kenya shillings 56.6 billion. The first element of the 8-point program focused on Buy Kenya, Build Kenya policy. On local infrastructure development, we allocated 10 billion towards the National Hygiene Program, dubbed Kazi Mtaani Initiative. The program was conceptualized as an extended public works project aimed at utilizing labor-intensive approaches to create sustainable public good in the urban development sector. The program has so far secured gainful engagement to over 750 youths engaged in the improvements to the environment and hygiene and in the rehabilitation of access roads, footbridges, and other public infrastructure through local labor. The second was on education, with an additional 6.5 billion to the Ministry of Education to hire an additional 10,000 teachers and 1,000 ICT interns to support digital learning and the acquisition of 250,000 locally fabricated desks. The third element of the program targeted small and medium enterprises through an injection of Kenya shillings 5 billion as seed capital for the SME Credit Guarantee Scheme. The intention here was to provide affordable credit to small and micro enterprises. The fourth focused on universal health coverage through acquisition of locally made beds. The fifth element of the stimulus program focused on agriculture. We prioritized 3 billion for the supply of farm inputs through e-vouchers, targeting 200,000 small-scale farmers, and a further 1.5 billion to assist flower and horticultural producers to access international markets in a period where we had a shortage of flights into and out of our country. Tourism was the sixth area of target for the stimulus program. To jumpstart this important sector and to protect its players from heavy financial losses, we provided soft loans to hotels and related establishments through the Tourism Finance Corporation, and a total of 2 billion was applied towards renovation of facilities and the restructuring of business operations by actors in this industry. To mitigate the impact of deforestation and climate change, and to enhance the provision of water facilities, we rehabilitated wells, water pans, and underground tanks in arid and semi-arid areas, and we applied Kenya shillings 2.5 billion for flood control measures and our Greening Kenya campaign. The eighth and final element was a stimulus program was manufacturing. As a strategy, we enforced the policy on Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, and we set aside an initial investment of 600 million shillings to purchase locally manufactured vehicles. This was expected to sustain the operations of local motor vehicle manufacturers and their attendant employment of workers. Mr. Speakers, the foregoing interventions help to reinforce the resilience of our economy while cushioning millions of households against the effect of the economy. And in that regard, while most economies in the world shrunk, Kenya's economy grew at 0.3 during the 2020 period, despite the COVID challenge. Although this positive growth was minimal, the second quarter of 2021 registered the most impressive growth ever recorded in our nation's real GDP. During the second quarter of 2021, real GDP recorded a phenomenal 10.1% growth, and this is the highest growth ever recorded in one quarter in Kenya's history. It is also the first time Kenya has hit a double-digit growth number. The last time Kenya's economy got close to this kind of performance was in 2010, during the Grand Coalition government, when the economy hit an 8.4% growth rate. And it was this impressive trajectory that led me to announce the 13-point interventions unveiled on Mashujaa Day this year to cushion the economy with a further Kenya shillings 25 billion as our third stimulus package, pushing the aggregate of our stimuli over the COVID period to Kenya shillings 257 billion. The third stimulus package focused on the key productive and service sectors that covered agriculture, health, education, drought response, policy infrastructure, financial inclusion, energy, and environmental conservation. These 13 interventions were as follows. The first intervention was in the tea subsector, where I am pleased to confirm that we have supported the tea subsector with Kenya shillings 1 billion in support of fertilizer subsidy for our tea farmers, securing our nation's top agricultural export, and happy also to report that our tea farmers are today receiving the highest pay that they have received in many, many years. The second intervention was in the sugar subsector, and I note with satisfaction that smoke is once again billowing in our public sugar mills, following the allocation of Kenya shillings 1.5 billion in aid of the sugar sector that is being applied towards factory maintenance and the payment of farmers' arrears. The third intervention was in the coffee subsector, and I confirm that 1 billion shillings was released in support of the ongoing reforms in the subsector that is being applied towards completion of the ongoing targeted interventions in the coffee subsector. The fourth intervention was in the livestock subsector. The Kenya shillings 1.5 billion National Livestock Offtake Program is on course in support of communities adversely affected by the ongoing drought in ASAL counties. The fifth intervention was also in the livestock subsector, and I confirm that the interventions geared towards the reduction of the cost of animal feeds are well on course. The sixth intervention was in education. Noting the success of my administration's policy on 100% transition from primary to secondary school, I did direct that the National Treasury should allocate a further 8 billion shillings to the Ministry of Education for the KBC Infrastructure Expansion Program, targeting the construction of 10,000 classrooms. And I am most pleased to confirm to the nation that all the county's works and constructions of the classrooms should commence by early December 2021. The seventh intervention was in health, to enhance access to medical coverage across our country, and as part of our universal health coverage program, I did direct the Ministry of Health to establish an additional 50 new level 3 hospitals to be situated in both non-covered areas as well as densely populated areas across our nation. And I also directed the National Treasury to allocate the sum of 3.2 billion for the immediate construction of these new medical facilities. The eighth intervention was the National Sanitation Program. We started this program, as I said earlier, to harness the energy of our young people and to give them a buffer against COVID-related unemployment. Noting the success of Kazi Mtaani program and its effect in enhancing opportunities for the youth across our country, we did require the National Treasury to allocate a further 10 billion shillings for the third phase of the Kazi Mtaani program to cover youths and to be rolled out in all our counties across the country. The ninth intervention was on energy and petroleum. Being fully aware of the positive strides being made in our economic recovery and cognizant that the gains stand the risk of being eroded by high energy prices, I am pleased to confirm that we are on course to institutionalize the sought reforms. The 10th intervention was on access to credit. Critically, I asked the National Treasury and the Central Bank of Kenya to consider suspending the blacklisting of creditors with loans below Kenya shillings 5 million at the Credit Reference Bureau, in a move that targeted retaining the bounce-back potential of the foundation of our economy. As the 11th intent, I also asked the National Treasury and the Central Bank of Kenya to consider revising the maximum amount an individual or enterprise can withdraw or deposit from a bank that previously stood at 1 million shillings, which was not supportive of our current business environment. I'm glad to report to Parliament that as of the 8th November 2021, the Central Bank of Kenya issued a notice suspending the listing of negative credit information for borrowers with loans below Kenya shillings 5 million and that fell into arrears from October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022. This will give the MSMEs 12 months to reorganize themselves and to adapt to the new economic normal. I am also happy to report that the Central Bank of Kenya is at an advanced stage of revising the 1 million threshold for cash deposits and withdrawals in the banks. This will facilitate easy transactions for MSMEs and help the economy respond to COVID shocks. The 12th intervention was the digital financial services subsector. In recognition of the importance of the digital financial services, especially in the small-scale traders and households at large, I did direct the National Treasury to engage all digital payment providers with the aim of deepening and expanding the use of payment channels. The third intervention was two-pronged. One in the area of vaccination against COVID-19 as part of our national response to the COVID-19 pandemic, we rolled out a national vaccine deployment plan aiming at vaccinating 10 million adults by June of 2022 and approximately 16 million by June of 2023. With regard to the COVID-19 vaccine production, we have set out to implement the lessons of self-reliance, which was one of the key learning points of the pandemic. As the first step towards this goal, we established the Kenya Biovacs Limited, a venture that would locally produce anti-COVID-19 vaccines. I therefore directed the Ministry of Health to operationalize the company to form and fill an eventual manufacture of our locally produced vaccines by Easter of next year. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, at this point I would like to take special note of the resilience of our revenue collection systems under the Kenya Revenue Authority. For the first time, KRA has exceeded its revenue collection target despite the COVID stress over the economy. The KRA projected a Kenya shillings 1.5 trillion collection in tax during 2020. They collected Kenya shillings 1.67 trillion, which was in excess of their projected intention. But on this note, I must report on the sterling performance of KRA, not only under the COVID duress, but in the last 8 years of our administration. In the last eight years, KRA has collected Kenya shillings 10.8 trillion cumulatively in revenues. This means that in just 8 years, KRA has collected the equivalent of Kenya's total GDP. It also means that on average, KRA collected 1.3 trillion shillings every year. Honorable speakers, honorable members, to accelerate the turnaround of our micro, small, and medium enterprises under the ease of doing business government agenda, my administration has implemented remarkable reforms over the years. These measures have not only improved the country's business climate, they have also mitigated the challenge and bottlenecks impacting business. The key reform that we have implemented include the full automation of business registration services, re-engineering of the application for power, water, and sewer connection, and the automation of the land registration process. In addition, we have adopted e-payment, e-filing, and e-service at the commercial divisions of the High Court and fully operationalized the Small Claims Court, which has seen disputes involving SMEs, mostly our young people, being resolved within a record 60 days and thus freeing capital locked up in legal disputes. Equally important is the full automation and streamlining of the payment of taxes in order to ease the burden of compliance, and the redesigning of the import and export processes, which has reduced the cost while improving efficiency of our ports, among other notable reforms. Mr. Speakers, as an affirmation that our reforms on ease of doing business are bearing dividend, just last week we scored a global first with the President of the European Investment Bank, who was in the country to witness the official opening of the European Investment Bank's first regional hub outside the European Union. The Nairobi Regional Hub will cover 11 countries in Eastern and Central Africa and will act as a pilot for the setting up of other EIB regional hubs into the future. This speaks to our administration's agenda to position Nairobi as an international financial center. But an even better example of COVID resilience is the strengthened relationship between the national and county governments. Although the National and County Government Summit has operated smoothly since it became effective, I must admit that the COVID pandemic revitalized its energy. Whenever we gathered as a summit during this crisis, the consciousness of the entire nation was called to order. We put asunder the political dynamics of the moment, and our only business became Kenya. We demonstrated in word and in deed that devolution is a powerful driver of social economic development, and it creates synergies and acceleration points that in turn generates tangible benefits for all Kenyans. We understood very well that to overcome the crisis, we had to act as one. Rather than allowing the nation to succumb to COVID fatigue, we came together and galvanized our people towards strength, resilience, and building back better. Where others stumbled and fell, we rose and soared. During the COVID stress period, the national and county governments demonstrated their true leadership. Nothing demonstrates this better than the strengthening of our healthcare systems under the dark cover of the COVID-19 pressure. When the COVID pandemic hit our country, we had in ICU bed capacity only 180 beds countrywide. This translated to an average of 2 ICU beds in each county. But in the face of COVID, this reality was a disaster. But given the collaboration between the 2 levels of government, we increased ICU bed capacity by 502% during the COVID period. Equally important to note, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we had the capacity only to generate 3 million liters of oxygen per day in March of 2020. Today, I am proud to say that we have improved our oxygen generation capacity in public health facilities by 10 times to 32 million liters per day as of October 2021. Kenya can be proud of one more innovation. In March of 2020, we had only 1 laboratory that could test notifiable diseases of international concern. In fact, we had to send our tests for notifiable diseases to South Africa. When the COVID pandemic hit our country, we had to wait 5 days for the South African laboratories to send us results. Today, we have moved from 1 testing laboratory to 95 well-equipped laboratories. What is it then that we have learned from the COVID disaster? We have learned that our solutions must be homegrown. That is why we have commissioned a vaccine development project for disruptive viruses like COVID-19 to serve not only Kenya, but the region at large. Mr. Speakers, another national reminder of the opportunities we seized during COVID-19 was the site of the Likoni Channel crossing in Mombasa. Previous scenes of Mombasa residents congested along the Likoni ferry are now a thing of the past. The iconic Likoni floating bridge, built in a record time of 6 months and opened to the public in December 2020, sees over 150,000 residents cross the channel on a daily basis in an orderly, safe, and secure manner. This has not only allowed for the efficient management of time and mobility across the channel, but significantly moderated the incidences of COVID-19 transmission and contributed to our overall disease mitigation strategy in the coastal region. Kenya has taken pride of place through this initiative, a first of its kind in the region, linking Liwatoni on Mombasa Island with Ras Bofu on the Likoni mainland, and we intend to adopt such innovative approaches and learning to deliver on similar challenges in our various sectors. In sum, Mr. Speakers, COVID was both a danger and an opportunity. But because we focused on the opportunity side of the crisis, now Kenya has developed the necessary infrastructure for rolling out the universal health coverage outreach. But of equal importance, our COVID innovations in the area of health have propelled us to a place where Kenya can become a destination for health tourism for the region and beyond. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot end this COVID part of my address to Parliament without paying tribute to the people of Kenya for their commendable civic responsibility in the fight against COVID-19. While my administration provided leadership and action, our people supported us with self-sacrifice and civic duty. As you will recall, very early in the pandemic, I did warn our people that the government cannot police the morality of its citizens. I warned that in a war against an invisible enemy like COVID, our former way of life would have to be adapted to a new normal where every Kenyan was his or her neighbor's keeper. In this new normal, citizens do not fight for liberties, they scramble for survival. When I made this call for civic responsibility in the face of COVID, I also emphasized that responsibility is not a burden, but it is a civic duty. I pay tribute to our fellow citizens for being responsible members of our communities. And indeed, as our forefathers stressed time and time again, our greatest strength will always be our unity. Today, I am happy to report that despite the challenges and immense pressures and limits on our way of life, Kenyans did rise to the task and acted responsibly. Where others were reluctant, Kenyans gladly sacrificed for the good of the whole. For that reason, we were able to bend the curve and prevent the worst case scenarios. And due to this, and after careful consideration, during the Mashujaa Day celebrations, I lifted the curfew and restriction of movement countrywide. Once again, as we have always done, we have shown that Kenyans are a people who put country above self, neighbor above individual, and we are a people who firmly believe in exercising our rights and freedoms in a responsible and purposeful manner. While a few battles have been won, the war against COVID is not yet won, and we cannot rest on our laurels. Now more than ever, we are faced with yet another variant of this coronavirus, the Omicron variant that is said to carry a higher risk of infection. This variant may explain infection rate spikes that we are witnessing across the globe. I did pledge to the nation in June of this year that by Christmas we would have over 10 million adults vaccinated. As of today, we have achieved a target of 7.1 million Kenyans, up from 5 million as announced on Mashujaa Day in October 2020. Mr. Speakers, to fortify our national resolve against COVID-19 and in honor of all those Kenyans that we have lost to the disease, I do urge today all Kenyan adults to visit their nearest medical facility to receive their COVID-19 vaccinations. The COVID-19 vaccines are in stock across our country and in all our counties, and already with a daily average rate of over 100,000 vaccinations, we have a much smaller target to meet within the next 25 days. I therefore once again call on all Kenyans to rally under the call of 25 days to Christmas to secure their vaccinations, to meet and surpass the target that we set ourselves. And I invite the media in all its various forms to use their platforms to perform the social good and promote the vaccination campaign. This new variant's profile, as for now, remains unknown. It is therefore better to err on the side of caution. By receiving our vaccinations, we will have played our part in securing not only our own lives, but also in protecting the lives of those around us. Let us be responsible in this endeavor. That shot in the arm is the most powerful weapon against the disease that has ravaged the world. That shot in the arm of every adult Kenyan will also be a shot in the arm for our economy and our social institutions. It ensures that we can conquer, that if we can conquer and put this disease aside and fully return to normal, we can continue on our growth trajectory. No Kenyan should hold back from this perfectly safe and free way to protect yourself, your family, your neighbors, your colleagues, and the nation at large. Let us tear down this disease, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Speakers, throughout our history, the collective task of nation building has been guided by the shared aspirations of eradicating the indignities of ignorance, disease, and hunger. This was the vision that fueled our struggle for independence. Post-independence, every Kenyan generation and every administration since has sought to do all within its means to finally slay the three-headed monster that has plagued us for over many centuries. To steer the nation towards a path for the realization of these aspirations, the people of Kenya entrusted the responsibility of actualization of that vision on the elected and appointed state officials and officers to whom the powers of our nation have been delegated to. These elected appointed state officers include 47 governors, 350 members of the National Assembly, 67 members of the Senate, and 2,240 members of the county assemblies. We are many, but we must act as one. One government of Kenya that acts in unison to give the people of Kenya a better present and a brighter future. Our collective contributions to move the nation closer to our destiny of a more fair, just, and equitable Kenya for all builds on the intentions of previous administrations as supported by the Houses of Parliament and the organs of the state. I say this fully aware of the enormous work, that this enormous work cannot be concluded in one generation. Ours is a relay race, where we receive the baton and run the race and pass it on to our successors unbroken. Mr. Speaker, sirs, the most notable intergenerational quest is what inspired the Big Four agenda as a strategic guide for my second term in office. To do so, my administration and our colleagues in both tiers of government had to make commitments towards a transformation in 4 key areas of intent. The first one is liberating our people from the poverty of dignity caused by inadequate services. The second is transitioning our people, especially our youth, from being recipients of handouts to producers of goods and services, as well as owners of capital. The third is building a holistic base of human capital that is food secure and health assured. And the fourth is the restoration of the dignity and the pride inherent of one owning a decent home. Mr. Speakers, I will now give an account of what my administration has done not only in the last year, but what we have attempted to do in the last 8 years as well. And I will use the last 8 years to give this august Houses a scale against which everything that my administration has achieved is to be measured. I will use history as a yardstick that we can borrow from to appreciate the achievements of our 2 tiers of government and our objective of delivery. The first area of thrust that I will report on is the state of our economic development, and I will borrow from the 4 legacy frames I articulated in my Madaraka Day speech of June 30th, 2020 in Kisumu City. Under the state of our economic development, I will report on two frames that have guided me and my administration. These are economic acceleration and the big push investments. Allow me, honorable members, to start with economic acceleration, which is increasing the speed of achieving our economic goals. I also use the word acceleration to imply the mechanism of multiplying our economic fundamentals. When my administration took office in April of 2013, we were eager to multiply what was bequeathed to us. And I am happy to report to this Parliament that we have multiplied our critical fundamentals in ways that even I did not imagine possible. For instance, in 2013, Kenya was Africa's 12th wealthiest nation with a GDP of 4.74 trillion Kenya shillings. This GDP was accumulated in a span of 123 years through 4 administrations before ours, because I include the colonial administration. In just 8 years, my administration has multiplied the GDP by a factor of 2+. Today, our GDP stands at Kenya shillings 11 trillion, up from the 4.75 trillion, and from being ranked as the 12th wealthiest nation in Africa when I took over, we have now moved 6 ranks to become the 6th wealthiest nation in the continent on account of the choices that we have made. And as I said earlier, in the second quarter of this year, our real GDP grew by 10.1%, the first such growth in the history of our economy. The notable contributions to this growth include the ICT sector, which grew by a significant 25.1% in the second quarter of 2021. In fact, the ICT sector is projected to become a prime mover of our economic growth in years to come. Other sectors that contributed significantly to the real GDP in the reference quarter include the transport sector, which grew by 16.9%, and manufacturing, which grew by a record 9.6%. However, the hotel industry presents a more compelling picture of recovery from the COVID menace. At the height of the COVID pandemic in 2020, this industry registered a negative growth of 63.5% in the third quarter of 2020. During the first quarter of 2021, this industry showed some improvement and contracted by 48.8%. By the second quarter of 2021, this industry was on a path of recovery and had grown by 9.1%, showing a remarkable upturn. Here, I look forward to all our international and global partners. COVID will not be defeated by locking us all down and by shutting off parts of the world that you think are problematic. No one will be safe from COVID until we are all safe. Please, jameni, tumefanya kazi, msitufungie tena jameni. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, given that we have doubled our GDP in a record 8 years, it is no wonder that Kenya is projected to grow twice as fast as the sub-Saharan economies in the period of 2021 to 2022. And all this because of leadership and the power of choice. Allow me to give further example of acceleration and the multiplication of our fundamentals as a strategic intent of my administration. A case in point is that we have doubled our real GDP. We have also doubled our road network across the entire Republic. Besides the roads infrastructure, my administration has made the largest infrastructure project in a century with the construction of the standard gauge railway. In respect of roads infrastructure, when my administration came to the helm, there were 11,200 kilometers of tarmac road constructed by 4 previous administrations in 123 years. Like I said, I include the colonizers as well. In 8 years, my administration has multiplied what the previous administrations have done by a factor of 2. We have built 10,500 kilometers of road across the Republic, and doing so 15 times faster than previous administrations, and I will expound on this in a little while. Our railway, on the eve of the Madaraka Day of the year 2017, we marked a transformative moment for Kenya and for Africa when the Madaraka Express made its inaugural journey from Mombasa to Nairobi. The largest infrastructure project in Africa had become a reality, and a brand new modern railway had become a feature of our homeland and nation. Since then, the way we travel to Mombasa has been redefined, with Madaraka Express having served over 6,495,000 passengers, while our cargo gets to the stores of our enterprises efficiently and on time, with a record of 17.6 million tons of cargo transported from the 1st of January 2018 to yesterday, the 29th of November 2021. Turning to power generation, our acceleration model was applied to the production and distribution of electricity countrywide. When I took the oath of office in 2013, Kenya's total grid was 1,300 megawatts. But 8 years later, Kenya's total grid has doubled and now stands at 2,600 megawatts, and this translates to approximately 325 megawatts installed every year under my administration. It means that for every year, we have installed 325 megawatts since 2013. Previous administrations installed a combined average of only 12 megawatts per year. Put differently, in 8 years, we have generated 40 times more power per year compared to the past. It is worth noting, honorable members, that 73% of this power is green. In fact, Kenya is leading the African continent in the generation of green energy. But this is not the only thing in Kenya. It's not the only thing which Kenya is leading the continent. I am proud to report that we have connected more power than in any other part of the country in just 6 years. In fact, Kenya is the leading country in Africa with respect to household connection electricity. In the 8 years, we have connected 1.7 million more homes. We have connected 1.7 million more households than Egypt. Similarly, we have connected as many households as South Africa and Nigeria combined during the 8 years of my administration. In real terms, only 2.3 million households had been connected to power when I took over in 2013. In 8 years, we have tripled this number by connecting an extra 6.3 million households. Put differently, and guided by our acceleration model, we have connected approximately 787,000 households every year on average, and with 2,000 connections a day since 2013. By any measure, this acceleration is noteworthy. Besides access to electricity, my administration has embarked on implementing the recommendations of the Presidential Task Force that established a pathway for the reduction of the cost of electricity by 30% by the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, we are tearing down all barriers that deny Kenyans an opportunity to lead a dignified life. Now I turn to devolution and how my administration has used the acceleration framework to multiply the economic fundamentals of the counties. As the first president to implement the 2010 Constitution, the task of rolling out devolution fell squarely on me. And although the letter of the Constitution provided for a phased approach to the devolution of functions to counties, the spirit of the Constitution suggested an urgent Big Bang approach in creating the devolved structures. This meant giving county governments political, administrative, and financial autonomy all at once. And we were to do this without the luxury of a strategy, dry run, to determine whether the Big Bang approach would work. Fortunately, Article 187 of the Constitution gave us 3 years to execute this constitutional instruction. While 3 years was a fair period to achieve the Big Bang effect of transferring functions to fragile counties, my administration chose an even bolder path. Driven by our acceleration doctrine, we chose to transfer functions to the county structures in 1 year instead of the constitutional threshold of 3 years. And because we were committed to the success of the county's structures, we followed our accelerated devolution of function with 2 critical drivers. One, we undertook a massive transfer of highly skilled civil servants from the national government to the county governments, and this battery of highly trained personnel was meant to give county governments a head start. And they did so in terms of setting up the county public services, including their operating structures and systems. 2, within the first year of my tenure, my administration increased the equitable share allocation to county governments from the constitutionally mandated 15% to 32%. This was a doubling of the allocation in support of the execution of the devolution dream. And we did this because we understood and appreciated that devolution of functions without devolving of funding was an exercise in futility. Today, the national government has disbursed approximately 2.4 trillion to county governments over the last 8 years. The aggregate amount that will have been dispersed to the counties for the next financial year will ensure that this figure surpasses the 3 trillion mark. In other words, this percolation of resources changed the economic fundamentals at the county level. It has fast-tracked the embeddedness of devolved functions in 8 years, and evidence abounds on this, but allow me to give a few examples. Accelerated devolution has, for instance, delivered shoes with a magical label made in Kitui County, Kenya, and given Makueni County its first mango processing plant. Makueni County received 110 million from the Devolution Advice and Support Program. This money supported the processing plant and benefited 12,000 mango farmers by creating value addition. That plant is now buying 1 mango at 15 shillings from farmers who previously sold their produce in the open marketplace at 5 shillings at the very best, other than let their mangoes rot away. Their incomes have grown tenfold and provided ground for their farming undertakings to take off. Makueni is also on record as being one of the counties with the capacity to manufacture its own oxygen, especially in the context of COVID-19. And their universal health care insurance scheme, known as Makueni Care, is also a good example. Another example of county innovation is in Kajiado. In the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, the county looked for a way of distributing food to members of its populace through an integrated system dubbed M Riziki, which virtually linked financiers and beneficiaries, 30,000 households of their population in Kajiado were able to receive food using the system in 2020. M. Riziki saved the county the logistical nightmare of transportation, and the digital platform also ensured that shopkeepers who partnered with the county were to provide goods remained in business during the COVID duress. This innovative approach in distributing relief food closed off avenues of corruption and created highly efficient ways of delivering services to the population. Honorable members, there are many more testimonials on how accelerating the formation of county structures and supporting them with skilled personnel, resources, and legislation has embedded devolution in the last 8 years. Once sleepy towns across the country have now roared back into life, driving not just grand infrastructure projects, but also tangible increases in household incomes of ordinary Kenyans. Mr. Speakers, as devolution takes root, and as an affirmation of the equitable development we continue to enjoy, and in keeping with the resolution of the Senate, I will tomorrow, the 1st of December 2021, have the high privilege of conferring on Nakuru Municipality city status. Nakuru City will join Kisumu, Mombasa, and Nairobi as cities, and with their reputation as East Africa's cleanest town, all of Kenya looks forward to Nakuru City growing by leaps and bounds. So, honorable members, I am happy to report to this august House that my administration has laid a firm and sound foundation for the devolved system of government, a foundation that has the potential to multiply the economic fundamentals of our county economies immeasurably. Ladies and gentlemen, you may ask why we choose to accelerate certain goals in our development agenda. Why do we choose to accelerate the issuance of title deeds, double our road network, build brand new railway lines, double our power production, double our GDP? Why has my administration taken such tremendous strides in creating accelerated development? Honorable members, it took England 200 years to industrialize. It took the United States of America 160 years, and Japan 110 years. However, we look not to these nations, but to China, which has compressed their progressive economic change experience by these countries into a single generation. Instead of taking 200 years, instead of taking the 200 years it took England to industrialize, China took only 25 years. Similarly, the 4 Asian tigers of Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, and the Republic of South Korea took 25 years to industrialize instead of the hundreds of years it took others. And that is why their accelerated growth was called the Asian miracle. The secret to these miracles was acceleration. The Asian tigers, for instance, accelerated the achievement of its critical development fundamentals, and this allowed them to industrialize at a rate that was faster than normal. They contracted their development timelines by implementing aggressive interventions on multiple sectors of their economies simultaneously. This reduced the intervals between the phases of industrialization and allowed them to catch up with the West. And like these countries, the policy choices of my administration have been about contracting our development timelines through aggressive implementation of projects. We are moving with speed because there is no time like the present to deliver the dreams of Kenyans for a better tomorrow. If the acceleration model has worked for the Asian tigers, who were at the same level of development as Kenya in 1965, they can work for us too. And if these countries industrialized in 25 years because of bold choices they made, we too can set the path for economic transformation and achieve it in record time, especially if we stop stealing. Mr. Speaker, allow me to report on the second frame of my development agenda, which I referred to in my Madaraka Day speech of this year as the Big Push investments. These are the bold undertakings that are futuristic in outlook. Most of these interventions are in the form of roads, rail, and ports. Some of them are revival of dead capital installed by previous administrations, which are nonetheless critical to our development path today. Regarding roads, the handiwork of my administration is evident across the entire country. There are some counties that have received their first tarmac roads since God made Kenya. And this was done during my administration. And as I said earlier, in 8 years, we have built approximately the same number of kilometers of road that were built by the colonizers and the 3 previous independent administrations. And although our achievements in this area cannot be gainsaid, I want to reiterate that my administration was not building roads for their own sake. Ours was a quest to lay down tarmac not for statistical purposes only. We realized that roads are literally the path to development, and that every inch of tarmac we lay, we are accelerating businesses, creating the foundation for greater individual and national prosperity. We did it for you, the Kenyan people, to tear down the barriers that hold back every citizen from making their individual contributions to nation building. Take as an example the 27-kilometer Nairobi Expressway. Once completed next year, it will take 24 minutes to drive from Mlolongo in Machakos County to Rironi in Kiambu County. Currently, this journey takes 3 hours, which is the equivalent of flying to Addis Ababa and back to Kenya. Let me add that plans for the dual carriageway from Rironi, where the Nairobi Expressway will terminate, to Mau Summit are also at an advanced stage. And once completed, it will take 45 minutes to drive from Nairobi to Naivasha. Across the Republic, in every region, we are converting dusty Maram roads to world-class roads. Our dream is to create an efficient road network that links towns, cities, ports, stations, and markets to consumers. Over the last 8 years, and for the first time since independence, Kenya is now linked to 4 of its 5 neighbors by tarmac roads. This is how we are facilitating the economic integration of our region, tearing down every barrier to the realization of our shared aspirations as a people. For instance, by linking our road networks to the Northern Corridor, we are plugging into the multimodal trade route that links the landlocked countries of the Great Lakes region with the Kenya Maritime Seaport of Mombasa. Similarly, the East African Coastal Corridor Development Project will link us along the coastline from Malindi through to Lunga Lunga up to Bagamoyo in Tanzania and on to Dar es Salaam. The corridor will promote tourism and trade along the Indian Ocean coast. Of equal note is the Siarare Corridor, which will form an integral link to the Northern Corridor and the major transit for traffic to and from Tanzania, Uganda, Sudan at Nakadok. With regard to ports, the development of Lamu Port has been of particular pride to my administration. The port was first conceptualized in 1972, 9 years after we gained independence. However, it took 39 years for works on the Port of Lamu to commence. Through our futuristic model of big push investment, we have made it a reality in only 8 years. The port of Lamu is the only post-colonial seaport in Africa built and financed by an African government. All other major seaports were built in the late 1800s or 1900s when most of Africa was under colonial rule. This port is therefore significant in terms of the futuristic thinking of our country. We are also in the process of building a road from Lamu through to Garissa and Isiolo, linking up to the Isiolo-Moyale road and opening up the port of Lamu and the huge potential that exists in northern Kenya and with our partners also in Ethiopia. End of part one. Interval. Hi. Honorable speakers, honorable members, because of the sheer depth and breadth of this port, it has the potential to reorganize the world's shipping networks by becoming a transshipment hub in Africa. Transshipment hubs are ports that allow large vessels that are unable to access destined ports of call due to their size. There are only 5 transshipment hubs globally, and the port of Lamu has the potential, honorable members, of becoming the 6th. If we remain focused on our development agenda, this will become a reality sooner than later. There is another strategic niche in the port of Lamu that is also futuristic. This port is placed right in the middle of the manufacturing hub of the Asia continent in the east and the heart of consumption in the west. The distance, honorable members, for example, between Shanghai, the manufacturing hub of the east, and Rotterdam, a major consumption port in the west, is approximately 12,000 nautical miles. But the distance between Rotterdam and Lamu is only 6,000 nautical miles. If we were to make the coastal region an outsourced manufacturing hub for Western products, the port of Lamu has the potential to cut the price of these products by half. And this would be based purely on shipping costs, because the port of Lamu is half the distance to the west compared to the port of Shanghai. If we are to see the port of Lamu through these futuristic lenses, we will exploit our geographical advantages to make an imprint on global trade. Another big push investment that we have made in support of regional trade through our ports is the expansion of the Kipevu oil refinery and oil terminal. For 128 years, Kenya has served the 5 countries of the region using only one oil berth at the Kipevu oil terminal. This single oil berth could only handle 1 vessel at a time, and for the most part, it took 1 vessel days to offload its fuels. This meant that other vessels in the queue to offload had to wait, incurring huge demurrage charges and penalties by oil marketers. The resultant cost of these inefficiencies are borne by the Kenyan consumer, which overall makes our economy uncompetitive. This year alone, we lost an average of 1 billion shillings in the first 4 months in demurrage at the old Kipevu oil terminal. To tear down the barriers that make our country uncompetitive, we have now put in place a new oil terminal that I shall be opening soon, that will accommodate up to 4 vessels at a time, and instead of taking a whole day of loading fuel, each of the 4 vessels will take 5 hours to offload their fuel cargo. This means that every terminal will have the capacity to handle over 20 vessels a day. Put differently, if the old terminal handled 300 fuel vessels per year on average, the new terminal has the capacity to handle 7,300 vessels annually. Coupled with the improved transportation system connecting Kenya with its neighbors, the expanded capacity will boost our regional trade as well as remove the cost of demurrage and penalties that the Kenyan consumer has to pay. Mr. Speaker, one of my administration's key priorities has also been to revive state undertakings that have been designated as dead capital. I have done this as part of our big push investment because the utility of these state undertakings could not be allowed to go to waste. To increase the speed of reviving this dead capital, I elected to use the Kenya Defence Forces because of their unity of command, military efficiency, and reasonable pricing. As an example, after KDF took over the Kenya Meat Commission, they turned it around in just a few months. Whereas previously, it took farmers 4 years to be paid, they are now paid in 72 hours. KMC has resuscitated the outlets that KMC have, collecting today approximately 1 million shillings every day. Previously, this outlet collected 8,000 shillings daily. Mujiulize hiyo pesa ingine ilikuwa inaenda wapi? This 1 million translates to 30 million every month and Kenya shillings 3.6 billion annually in just one outlet. Before September 20th, such revenue would have been impossible because slaughtering was limited to a few or no animals in a month. To enhance further the profitability of KMC, we have linked it to another dead capital that my administration has revived, the meter gauge railway from Nairobi to Nyanyuki, which has been revived under the KDF. The KMC is now using it to transport more than 200 animals weekly. Another aspect of the KMC re-engineering supply chain is a relationship with the Wasinyiro South Development Authority. This authority has a tannery and leather factory, which the KMC has been supplying with hides and skins. Although the factory is still not yet complete, it has so far produced about 840,000 square feet of finished leather, partly from KMC supplies. And once complete, it is expected to produce over 1.2 million square feet of finished leather per year. Apart from the revival of KMC, the Nairobi-Nyanyuki Railway, in partnership with the Kenya Railway Corporation and KDF, has revamped the 217-kilometer Nairobi-Kisumu Railway, a railway that had been abandoned for over 2 decades. But today, it now boasts 18 stations, 46 bridges, and 27 viaducts. Together with the revival of the port of Kisumu, revamping the railway line is meant to enhance connectivity with our neighboring countries who depend on Kenya for their transportation of their imports and exports. Another uplifting story of revival of dead capital is our big push investment in the port of Kisumu and the reconditioning of MV UHURU vessel. To transport fuel prior by road from Kisumu or Eldoret to Uganda took 72 hours because of the long queues at the Malaba border. But to transport fuel from the port of Kisumu to Port Bell in Uganda by ship takes only 12 hours. This means that by the time a tanker makes one trip to Uganda by road, MV UHURU will have made 6. There is the question of volume. One tanker carries 20,000 liters of fuel, but one wagon aboard MV UHURU carries 60,000, which is 3 times the size of a tanker. Secondly, for all our customers in Uganda and through to the DRC, issues of losses that used to amount to approximately 10% and issues of adulteration imeisha. Yeah? To date, we have transported over 80 million liters of fuel across Lake Victoria to Uganda. Mr. Speaker, my administration has set in motion the process of reviving the blue economy. A blue economy strategy is set to reclaim all fish landing sites is in place, and we have set up a Coast Guard to secure our maritime assets, and we have come up with a legal framework that will ensure that all fish caught in Kenyan waters are landed in Kenya. It is worth for Parliament to note that in the 1990s, Kenya used to process 5% of the global loin tuna catch. This was produced by a company known as Wananchi Marine Products Limited, based in Liwatoni in Mombasa. When this company, for reasons, collapsed, Kenya's tuna was extracted by other countries and resold in foreign markets. Inability to export our tuna resources has seen Kenya lose a potential revenue of Kenya shillings 3 trillion since 1982, when the exclusive economic zone was set up by the United Nations. And to revive this dead capital, my administration formed the Kenya Fishing Industries Corporation in 2019 to regulate the exploration of Kenya's maritime and fish products. This corporation took over from the defunct Wananchi Marine Products, and it is in the process of setting up marine landing sites and processing plants in Lamu, Shimoni, and Liwatoni. Once fully operational, the goal is to land 300,000 metric tons of tuna every year and to employ a workforce of approximately 60,000 people. This industry has the potential to rake in for Kenya 200 billion shillings. Overall, as we seek to improve our infrastructure, our commitment to sustainable development is uncompromising. It is the solemn duty of present generations to consciously conserve their natural beauty, ecological splendor, and pristine environment that we received from our forefathers and from generations before them. And this to pass on to future generations in as a good state as we can, unbroken as it was given to us, if not in better condition. In this regard, I note with satisfaction that our Greening Kenya campaign continues to gain momentum, and as a result, approximately 71,794 kilometers squared of our homeland is currently constituted of tree cover, representing 12.12%, while 52.279 kilometers squared of our country is under forest cover, which represents 8.83, up from 6% previously. Mr. Speakers, we are indeed on course to meet our target of 10% forest cover by the year 2024. For trees are without doubt the lungs of our nation. Mr. Speakers, now I turn to the third frame, which I have used to organize the achievement of goals in my administration. I call it the restoration of dignity, and it is a campaign against the three enemies identified by our forefathers, that of ignorance, poverty, and disease. The founding fathers of our nations defined dignity as freedom from want and freedom from fear. They taught us that there is no self-rule where there is no self-worth. And under this frame, I will report on the state of our water, health, education, and security sectors. Where there is no access to clean drinking water, there is no dignity. And that is why my administration prioritized and succeeded in providing 35 million people with access to clean water. When I took office in 2013, our entire country was served by just 99 public boreholes. In the past financial year alone, we have managed to sink 262 public boreholes, and today more than 2,511 public boreholes have been sunk since 2013, a 25-fold increase in the previous number of boreholes. In order to continue this widening of access to clean water, my administration has over the years invested over 200 billion to implement various dams and other integrated community projects that will increase water supply to vulnerable communities. In the Nairobi metropolitan area alone, the project is set to supply 41.3 million liters of water per day to an additional 2.1 million residents. This is critical because the poverty of dignity is most pronounced in water-scarce economies of the informal settlements and in vulnerable communities. For instance, as is known by some members here, the average daily consumption of water per household in informal settlements in Nairobi is 40 liters. If the price of 40 liters is 40 shillings, a household will have to spend 1,200 shillings per month buying water alone. This is 20% of the income of an average family in most of our informal settlements. And for the most part, the price of water has been higher than that of rent. The poverty of dignity is well illustrated when one considers that the price of water for the rest of Nairobi is Kenya shillings 46 per 1,000 liters. Put differently, the dwellers of our informal settlements have been paying 25 times more for water compared to the rest of Nairobi dwellers. And this is why the Nairobi Metropolitan Service has set up 1,600 water points in all our informal settlements to supply free water to the residents. This initiative has saved dwellers of these settlements up to 20% of their incomes and approximately 1,200 shillings per household, and this is what I call freedom from want. Mr. Speaker, one of the most indignifying challenges of our people has been the high cost of healthcare. There are many testimonies of how families have had to sell ancestral land to cater for high medical bills. This not only rips them of their dignity, but also deprives future generations of ancestral address. The objective of my administration is to end this by providing 100% universal health coverage for essential health services by starting this year. The constitutional right to health care is the element that my administration has been consistently working to fulfill by investing in health facilities, medical equipment, and human resources for health. Our success in this area has been lauded internationally. According to Healthcare Index, which gives a single measure of the state of each country's health system based on data provided by the World Health Organization, Kenya today ranks third behind South Africa and Tunisia among the most improved health systems in Africa in the year 2020. To achieve this, my administration has had to work to increase affordability and availability of healthcare services for all Kenyans. Access speaks to the geographical availability of healthcare facility services, affordability to both the cost of healthcare services and the ability of Kenyans to pay for these medical services. And availability speaks to the extent to which our healthcare facilities have the necessary resources to meet the health needs of Kenyans. In terms of access to healthcare, when my administration took over in 2013, the number of health facilities across the country stood at 4,430. My administration, in conjunction with county governments, has increased our medical facilities by 43% by building an additional 1,912 new hospitals in the last 8 years. This is an average of 239 new facilities per year. In context, in previous 118 years, only 4,430 hospitals had been built in Kenya, an average of 37 hospitals per year. We have built, during that period, 6 times more hospitals than over all the 4 previous administrations. To increase access to specialized medical services and to decongest Kenyatta National Hospital, my administration has upgraded 2 hospitals to referral status during my term. The upgraded hospitals are the Kenyatta University Teaching Referral Research Hospital and its Integrated Molecular Imaging Center in Nairobi County, and the Kenyatta Hospital Complex in Othaya in Nyeri County. The Othaya Annex is currently serving 8 countries in the central Kenya region. To ensure that access to health care is cascaded to the lowest administrative unit, Level 5 hospitals have also increased by 44%, Level 4 hospitals increased by 9%, Level 3 hospitals by 34%, and Level 2 hospitals increased by 49%. Regarding affordability of health care, my administration has consistently increased the annual allocations to the Ministry of Health. Kenya today has the highest budgetary allocation for health in East Africa, which currently stands at 121.1 billion for the year 2021. Our sizable health budget will be used to expand access to primary health care services, ensure free maternity care, eliminate user fees for public primary care facilities, and subsidize health insurance for the elderly and people with severe disabilities. My administration has also allocated 900 million as conditional grants to support the implementation of free primary health care in all our 47 counties. The highest allocation in conditional grants was to Rift Valley region at Kenya shillings 247.19 million Kenya shillings. The NHIF Super Cover launched in July of 2015 is another initiative of my administration to guarantee affordability of healthcare. Through this cover, dialysis patients and cancer patients are able to pay for their treatments locally or abroad where the specific treatment is not available in our country's public hospitals. In the financial year 2019-2021, NHIF managed to pay for 4.4 million hospital visits, covering 1.4 million cases of inpatient and 3 million cases of outpatient services. This in turn saved Kenyan households approximately 54.9 billion in financial losses brought about by health-related issues. With a monthly subscription of Kenya shillings 500, the NHIF Supra Cover has become Kenya's largest and most reliable, accessible, and affordable medical insurance cover. Over the last 8 years of my administration, NHIF's membership has steadily grown. So far, the total NHIF membership stands at 10.5 million members, up from just 4 million members in 2013. Mr. Speakers, I acknowledge with appreciation that the National Assembly recently passed the National Hospital Insurance Fund Amendment Bill 2021, and the same is now presently before the Senate. I today urge through you, Mr. Speaker, that the Senate expedite the consideration of this bill so that in the life of this House, we can all join in ushering in universal health coverage for all our people. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let us tear down the barriers that inhibit our quest to deliver quality health care for all Kenyans. To improve the standard of health care facilities, my administration has boosted bed capacity, improved access to medical equipment, and increased the number of medical training schools. In 2013, for example, the total bed capacity in public health facilities stood at 56,000 hospital beds. This has increased by 47% to 82,000 hospital beds in 2020. The northeastern region of our country has experienced the highest expansion in hospital bed capacity, up from 2,443 hospital beds in 2013 to 4,566 hospital beds in 2021. This is followed by the Nyanza region, which has experienced an expansion in bed capacity of 63%, from 9,249 hospital beds in 2013 to 15,054 hospital beds in 2020. Nairobi has also experienced an expansion of 57%, from 7,866 hospital beds in 2013 to 10,399 hospital beds in 2021. Through the Managed Equipment Service project, my administration has supplied 1,241 pieces of specialized medical equipment, with 113 hospitals being equipped in 47 counties at a cost of Kenya shillings 43 billion. In 2013, when I took over, there were only 26 dialysis machines countrywide. Today, that number stands at 603 dialysis machines. These machines have thus far benefited 383,000 patients, and through the NHIF scheme, they have saved Kenyans approximately 2.3 billion Kenya shillings. Similarly, we have increased the number of radiology and imaging machines across the Republic. Using the health insurance scheme, this has benefited 4,534,000 patients and saved Kenyans a total of 47.6 billion. Mr. Speakers, to add another arrow in our agenda on the management of cancer as part of our universal health coverage, about 1 month ago, I presided over the official opening of the Integrated Molecular Imaging Center at the Kenyatta University Referral Hospital. The groundbreaking facility is not just the first of its kind in Kenya, but for the entire sub-Saharan region. As a result, many of our patients suffering from cancer will now have the benefit of early detection, leading to early treatment and cure, and thus saving many, many lives. This will in turn relieve our families of acute financial stress and burden that comes with a cancer diagnosis, and the physical and emotional burden that comes along with the management of the disease. Honorable members, regarding medical training, the number of Kenya medical training college campuses has increased from 28 campuses in 2013 to 71 campuses today. This year, the number of graduates of KMTC was 3,319 compared to 111 graduates when I took over in 2013. Similarly, the number of medical doctors trained annually has shot up from 620 in 2013 to 900 medical doctors in 2021. Finally, with regard to health, my administration has prioritized the universal achievement of the right to reproductive health care as required by our Constitution. Indignity takes many forms, and the most violating forms of these indignity takes many forms, and the most violating forms of these that dispossesses mothers, and that is why my administration has committed itself to providing the highest standard of reproductive health through free maternity care. In 2016, my administration introduced the Linda Mama program, which has led to the increase of birth deliveries by skilled providers from 43% to currently 62%. This has also fostered a decline in maternal mortality rates by 26%. Under Linda Mama, all pregnant women are eligible for free maternity health care, and even those women not covered under NHIF, each mother is allocated between 2,500 and Kenya shillings 30,000, depending on whether the birth is normal or by cesarean section. Thus far, Linda Mama has benefited 5.8 million Kenyan women and has saved Kenyans 81.4 billion through the health insurance component of the program. With Linda Mama, I am confident that we can achieve the freedom from want for our vulnerable mothers and now our children can be borne in dignity. On liberating our people from poverty of dignity and making them health assured, a good example is the work of the Nairobi Metropolitan Service. During one of my inspection tours during the COVID period in Mukuru kwa Ruben, I was saddened to learn that 500,000 people were being served by a private health facility which only had 8 beds. A woman giving birth in this facility cannot be admitted for more than 2 hours. In fact, after giving birth, she had to get out in 1 or 2 hours in order to give way for other patients. The only time that she can stay for a day is if she has complications and cannot be transferred immediately by a family member to an alternative facility. This is not a problem. This is not poverty. If this is not poverty of dignity, I don't know what is. To resolve this embarrassment and to enhance access to quality health care for our fellow citizens living in informal settlements, I ordered for the establishment of 15 fully fledged health centers within the Nairobi metropolis. Among them, Mudhua Udhiru Health Center, Tasia Health Center, Gumba Madhare Health Center, Lakisama Health Center, Kayole Soweto Dispensary. Besides the 15 above, construction works are also ongoing in regard to an additional 10 facilities within the metropolis. Mr. Speaker, enabling Kenyans to have decent and affordable homes has been one of the pillars of the Big Four agenda, and the affordable housing program has been, over the last 4 years, my keen intention. We have had problems in passing legislation before this House, but I can happily say that despite this, we have seen an increase in private investment also in the housing sector, amounting to some 2.12 trillion Kenya shillings. And these investments have yielded over 186,000 housing units, a remarkable 43% increase of housing units compared to the year 2013-2017. The general prices of houses have decreased slightly, and we must continue to see what it is that we can do together to increase the amount available in terms of affordable housing. And this will therefore result in many more Kenyans being able to enjoy the dignity and pride that comes with owning a home. To institutionalize this affordable housing program into prosperity, and in partnership with some of our development partners, we have also established the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. This financing powerhouse provides long-term, large-scale funding to banks and SACCOs, which in turn avails these funds to home buyers at flexible and affordable interest rates of below 10%. Therefore, the dream of owning a home today is a greater possibility to many more of our fellow citizens than it was 4 years ago. But here, honorable members, there is much more that we can do. Mr. Speaker, food security is another key pillar of the Big Four agenda, and to ensure significant improvement in farm productivity and by enhancing the quality of farm inputs and reducing reliance on rain-fed agriculture. In the last year, we have seen the price of maize meal retailing between Kenya shillings 95 and Kenya shillings 105. However, despite a bumper crop in some parts of our country, due to the poor performance of the short rains in 2020 and the long rains this year, parts of our country have suffered severe drought situations, and as a result, 2.1 million of our fellow citizens are food insecure. The recurrence of drought is a phenomenon that successive administrations have grappled with little success. And even though we have made progress in the mitigation of drought, the progress has not been fast enough. So as part of our state response, we launched an elaborate framework for ending drought emergencies in Kenya. The framework focused on investing in interventions that will build the resilience of all vulnerable households to drought. This included over Kenya shillings 25 billion investments in the foundations of development of such as sustainable peace building, conflict management, water harvesting, and supply, road construction and improvement, education and training, health and nutrition services. In addition, investment in community-based resilience and drought preparedness projects has also been accelerated through the support of the national as well as county governments, as well as our development partners. The aim of this investment is to improve the livelihoods of vulnerable households by diversifying their livelihoods. As we respond to the current drought, we have commenced with a livestock offtake program and initiated support to the affected citizens in a dignified manner through the cash transfer system, which is a cash transfer system of stipends to affected families that replaces the dignity of having to queue for the distribution of food portions. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to support all vulnerable households and will endeavor to ensure that, notwithstanding the severity of the winds of drought, that no Kenyan will die of hunger. If dignity is freedom from want, accompanied by freedom from fear, then I can confirm to this House that we have done a lot to liberate our people from want, but I also want to underscore that maybe more has to be done to liberate our people from fear, that more has been done to liberate our people from fear, yet very little has been spoken about it. Today, and with your indulgence, speakers, I will go on record in this House as having been the Commander-in-Chief that steered the implementation of the most consequential and ambitious transformation of our security sector. And we did this because my administration appreciated that to have the freedom from fear, our security sector has to be in good form. To give an example, the police to population ratio today is at its highest level ever, as prescribed by the UN standard. Our police complement has received an additional 47,000 new recruits who have joined the service from the year 2013 to date. Similarly, over the last 8 years, we have undertaken the most consequential and expansive modernization of our military. And in fact, the reform undertakings in the military are actually unparalleled in our nation's history. We have invested substantially in building new barracks. We have invested in military manufacturing capabilities that have not only resulted in the spurring of previously dormant sectors, but the creation for jobs for young people, both directly and through ancillary services. For the first time in Kenya's history, we are producing our own light weapons and military uniform and other equipment and supplies that were previously imported. We have, as a result, employed over 600 young people in these industries in high-paying, high-skilled jobs and saved our country a lot in foreign exchange. We have achieved knowledge and technology transfer for the growth and anticipated future development. And this is because I am determined to tool and to retool our security forces to the highest standards attainable, and this is the only way we will guarantee freedom from fear for our people and indeed secure our territorial integrity. Mr. Speaker, sir, on territorial integrity, I want to go on record in this House that our forefathers bequeathed us our homeland and nation. The government of Kenya will do everything possible to preserve the territory of this great republic and ensure and ensure that generation after generation of Kenyans dwell in it, as it is, in fact, intact and unencumbered. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as I have said before, not an inch more and not an inch less. Honorable speakers, this aside, I want to say that the health of our security system is not only as good, Honorable speakers, this aside, I want to say that the health of a security system is only as good as the health of its officers. And this is why I have invested in the social welfare of personnel charged with the security of our nation. We have reviewed their remuneration, allowances, benefits, housing and insurance, and we have also increased the capacity of their health facilities, used by our security organs. In particular, we have recently established a new level 4 hospital in Kahawa Garrison, and soon I will be in Isiolo opening another level 4 hospital. I recently commissioned a trauma and counseling center in Manda in Lamu County, and we shall also be breaking ground on an additional 3 level 4 hospitals, one in Eldoret for the Defense Forces, one in Ruiru for the Prison Services, and one in Bagathi for the National Police Service. The upgrade of the Forces Memorial Hospital to a level 5 facility is set to begin early next year. And in addition, there is the ongoing construction of the very first level 6 hospital for the Defense Forces off Wayaki Way in Nairobi. Our focus on military and police housing will further augment the social support structures that we have prioritized for our disciplined forces. In addition to ongoing initiatives to improve on police housing, the government will later this month, that is me, I'm not the government, but I, will later in the month of December, break ground for the building of 3,500 houses for our military officers. Mr. Speaker, since I came into office in 2013, we have embarked on a path that has placed human development at our foremost priority. A nation is more than boundaries, borders and territory. A nation is her people. To judge a nation, one must examine the lives of ordinary citizens and the extent to which they can access basic requirements owed to them, and the quality of this access is what gives them dignity. And the heart of that development of our nation is the development of a dignified citizen. And I believe that education is the gateway to this development, a gateway that tears down inequality. And that is why today I am pleased to report on the gains that we have made in the last 8 years in the sector of education. By the year 2030, our population is expected to be about 63 million. And out of this, about 38% of Kenya's population will be categorized as school-going. This means that 2 out of every 5 Kenyans will be in school. And in order to meet the ever-growing demand of the global landscape, we must prepare the next generation now, today and not tomorrow. And that is why we have been committing each year to channeling a substantial amount of our national budgetary resources to our education sector. In the past financial year, we have ensured that about a quarter of our national budget was allocated to education. And in a call to action endorsed by several heads of state and government at this year's Global Education Summit, that Kenya was privileged to lead alongside the United Kingdom, my administration pledged to allocate 26% of our national expenditure to education in the coming financial year. And this, I believe, is an unachievable target, given that our current apportionment stands slightly less than a quarter. These dedicated funds have allowed us to achieve what was previously thought to be impossible goals. In 2009, the first year of free secondary education witnessed a 66.9% transition from primary to secondary school. But by 2018, we had increased that transition rate to 85.5%, and today we can proudly report that we have secured a true 100% transition rate for 3 successive years in our primary to secondary system. Equally important is to note that we have now achieved the global feat of a 1-to-1 book ratio in all our public primary and secondary schools. This has improved the quality of education and reduced the cost of education on parents. To further ensure that no Kenyan child is left behind, and therefore to effectively enhance the delivery of the compulsory basic education from primary through to secondary school, I am pleased to report to the House that since 2013, we have recruited an additional 107,000 teachers, approximately comprising of 54,775 primary school teachers and 52,453 secondary school teachers. Our enhancement of manpower in these institutions of basic education by over 25% has significantly mitigated the shortage of teachers in the country and in turn bridged the teacher-to-student ratio. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, in order to continue with these achievements, we need to secure the entire education ecosystem. We need to ensure that there is adequate infrastructure, comprehensive policy choices, skilled educators, and a healthy learning environment. In support of this, my administration has grown the number of schools at the pre-primary and primary school levels from 3,764 in 2007 to 10,118 in 2021, and we are building an average of over 1,265 schools each year. Additionally, since 2013, the electrification of schools has been a priority, and currently over 90% of schools are connected to the grid. This has led to improved learning outcomes and enhanced utilization of technology, including modern mass media tools in the classroom. Another critical plank is education reforms, is securing the large tenure of our educational institutions. The founding technocrats of our nation did not envision a situation where secure tenure for schools would be an issue in the future. And that is why they never secured the title deed for our schools. But today we know different. Our school titling program, therefore, has become increasingly important. As of 2015, only 4,900 schools had been titled since independence. Today, over 12,000 schools out of a total of 32,354 have been issued with title deeds because of a multi-agency effort. In guaranteeing public schools their titles, my administration has upheld the fundamental right of education and initiated a process to ensure that there is no school sitting on land that it does not own. Yeah. Jaribu kukatakata jameni, hata mimi nimechoka. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, let me conclude my address by speaking about by speaking about the fourth frame that has guided my administration, and I call it political stabilization, which is the doctrine that guided me to a path of a handshake with the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Honorable members, undoubtedly, as I have tried to explain, my administration has secured an impressive economic acceleration, including the doubling of our GDP from 4.74 trillion to 11 trillion shillings. We have also made big push investments that have spurred development, revived debt capital, and boosted entrepreneurship. We have also restored dignity to our people through water and sanitation, healthcare, education, roads, and security reforms. However, all of this would amount to very little without political stabilization. If every 5 years, toxic political climate and election time tensions would reverse the gains painfully secured, our impressive development record of accomplishment would be an immense tower, sadly built on sand but not rock. For the record, political stabilization is not an end in itself. It is a continuous process that every administration, even those that come after me, must apply their minds to and secure. And let me explain. Next month, we will be celebrating 30 years of political pluralism gained following the reintroduction of multi-party politics through the repeal of Section 2A of the former Constitution on the 10th of December, 1991. From the Mulolongo voting system of the KANU era to our vibrant democracy today, we must celebrate the journey that we have taken and the expanded fields of freedom that we enjoy. While undoubtedly multi-party politics has been a much better democratic platform than the single-party state, we must not ignore the very real negative aspects of our politics and electioneering. The evidence of this is plainly observable in the elections of 1992, 97, 2007, 2013, and 2017, and only in 2002, when, well, yours truly surrendered easily, is the only one that did not have a problem. In 1992, the election cost us Kenya shillings 248 billion in lost economic growth. Lives were lost and populations displaced. And during this election, Kenya's foreign direct investment at the time fell by 2/3, from Kenya shillings 1.8 billion to Kenya shillings 600 million. In 2007, the election eroded the equivalent of Kenya shillings economic growth in a matter of days. Lives were lost and populations displaced, just as had been the case to a far lesser extent in 1997. In 2017, we lost close to Kenya shillings 1 billion every working hour for the 123 days we held the election. And in fact, in 2017 election, the economy lost approximately 1 trillion in response to that particular electioneering period. And the question I pose, therefore, to the leadership of this country present here today is this: is this right? Is this trajectory the logical path that our country should take? Thank you. And as I have said before, our country has been in a constitutional moment since 2017. The only question is, what should we do with this constitutional moment? If we do not embrace it, how will it return to punish our nation? And if we embrace it, who are the winners and losers of that moment? That, honorable members, is the question before us today. The parliamentary record, as well as history, reflects that during this reporting period, my administration did attempt to resolve the constitutional dilemma facing our country. We went to the people, and 5 million Kenyans agreed to initiate the process of putting the First Amendment to the 2010 Constitution to a vote. The First Amendment, honorable members, was thereafter taken to county assemblies, where it received nearly unanimous endorsement. In this august parliament, the people's elected representative gave the first mandate a clear nod of approval by a margin in excess of 2/3. If indeed, and I speak to those that need to listen to this, if indeed Article 1 of the 2010 Constitution states that all sovereign power rests in the people of Kenya and can be exercised either directly or through their representatives, the people made their voices heard with regard to the First Amendment. They exercised this power directly through the IBC petition for constitutional change. They made this petition indirectly through the county assemblies and parliament, and the record of parliament attests to the fact that the people of Kenya wanted a constitutional change, but a few individuals sat down in a back room and they decided otherwise. That said, and this being a house of records, I must record what we lost from the First Amendment, and I am doing this for parliamentary record and for posterity. The first loss was equity in resource allocation. In missing the First Amendment to the 2010 Constitution, Kenya missed the possibility to increase the minimum county allocation from the current 15% to 35%. My administration, as I mentioned earlier, has increased this allocation to 30%, but this only through administrative fiat. But to anchor this goodwill in the Constitution so that devolution is embedded, we wanted a constitutional amendment that was clear and certain. This, honorable members, did not happen. Had this amendment been adopted, counties would have by law received Kenya shillings 562 billion instead of the 316 billion allocated to them in the 2020-21 budget, an increase of over 75% of their current allocation. The second loss, honorable members, from the First Amendment was proportional representation. Proportionality is about the equitable distribution of resources amongst all groups. And on this particular point, I just want to focus on one: gender balance among. The First Amendment to our Constitution would have ensured that 50% of all senators were women. And the logic here was to ensure that if we percolate the proposed 35% of our national revenues to counties, women should be at the center of decision-making on how this revenue is utilized. But, honorable members, this did not happen. The third loss was about expanding our national executive to accommodate a broader face of Kenya and to expand representation. This would have constitutionalized the end of the winner-takes-all outcomes of elections that creates that creates so much toxicity and tension. Again, honorable members, this did not happen. Honorable members, we cannot behave like the proverbial ostrich and bury our heads in the sand. A constitutional moment does not resolve itself simply by being ignored. The need for political stabilization is, I believe, the most urgent task facing Kenyans today. And it is the foundation, upon which our greater justice, fairness, health, wealth, and security will be built on. And for this reason, I want to believe, honorable members, that that which did not happen will happen. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I have given an account of my tenure in office for the last 8 years with a focus on the last year. I want to thank all members of Parliament in both houses for their individual and collective contribution to the realization of our legislative agenda. Over this last year, the National Assembly considered and passed 30 bills, while the Senate passed 19 bills, out of which 3 bills have received presidential assent, while 16 others are before the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I also note with appreciation that the National Assembly considered and approved 4 sessional papers, 36 statutory instruments, 15 treaties over the past 1 year, including the Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. As you are aware, there are a number of critical legislative proposals emanating from the executive which are still pending in Parliament. And to that end, I urge Parliament to expedite and conclude on the legislative process so that we can have those urgently needed pieces of legislation in place. My administration has also submitted the Huduma Bill, which is so far conclusively institutionalized the reforms of the national identity ecosystem through the establishment of the National Integrated Identity Management System. The other seminal legislative proposals include the Political Parties Amendment Bill, the Political Party Membership Regulation, the Government Contracts Bill, the Kenya National Blood Transfusion Bill, the Irrigation Amendment Bill 2021, the Irrigation Amendment Bill, the Kenya National Library Services Bill, the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Amendment Bill 2021, and once enacted into law, the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Amendment will enhance the integrity of our financial system by closing the last loopholes in our war against money laundering and other such maneno. This amendment is not in any way expected to erode a key tenet of the legal practice of advocate-client privilege. I, however, note that on Friday this week, Parliament shall proceed to its traditional long recess. To that end, through you, honorable speakers, I urge Parliament to consider adjusting its calendar to ensure that all the critical legislation and legal instruments, including those related to elections, are concluded in a timely manner. As we look for the future, honorable members, I see great promise. However, just as I said earlier, we must be bold enough to shape it. In just about 8 years, our National Development Blueprint, Kenya Vision 2030, will have run its course, and with it will come the dawn of the 4th decade of the 21st century. By 2030, Kenya will be home to about 63 million of us. The foundation that successive administrations have built will bear true dividends if we boldly reimagine our futures. But if we go it alone, we might not secure the best opportunities for our children. In my eyes, our best chance as individual African nations to embrace a continent where there is free movement of persons, goods, services, and capital, as is characterized under the Africa Free Trade Arrangement. This is because, as I have said before, we are not competitors, but rather comrades with a shared dream which will be achieved much faster through collaboration. The Pan-African dream of our founding fathers that inspired the establishment of the Organization of African Unity that transitioned ultimately to the African Union must transcend to being beyond an inspiration. For Kenya to lead towards this course, on assuming the presidency for my second term, I issued a directive that any African wishing to visit Kenya would be eligible to receive a visa at the point of entry. I did this in the full realization that to secure the prosperity of Kenyans, East Africans, and Africans, we must begin in earnest to break down the walls that divide and separate us. So, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Speakers, I challenge Parliament to put in place a legal framework to lead to closer union with our brethren in East Africa and across the continent, and to advocate for shared prosperity, greater fraternity, and greater security in Africa. Mr. Speaker, this intent must, however, be preceded by a solidification of the various regional blocs, and in particular, our own East African community. I say this because the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. When each part appreciates its role and the contribution of other parts, then the body is able to function effectively. The African Union will only be strong and vibrant when our regional blocs are of similar character. We must simultaneously re-energize our common bond as brothers and sisters in East Africa, even as we craft a path to the single African Union. This, Mr. Speaker, is the future that I see, and Mr. Speakers lead this Parliament in tearing down these barriers. So, honorable speakers, honorable members, it is now my high privilege and extreme pleasure to submit to Parliament the following 3 reports as required by the Katiba. A, report on measures taken and progress achieved in the realization of our national values 2020, report on progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic 2020, and C, report on the state of security of Kenya 2020. I have the pleasure of submitting alongside the constitutionally required reports, the report on the Kenya Business Climate Reforms Milestone Report 2020-21. I submit the report in recognition that micro, small, and medium enterprises remain the lifeblood of our economy, and as I stated earlier, my administration has instituted various reforms over the last years that tore down the barriers that constrain the growth of micro, small, and medium enterprises, enabling these enterprises to seize more opportunities and build back better. In that regard, I commit the reports of the record to the record of Parliament so as to maintain the momentum of the powerful engine that has kept our economy roaring. I thank you all, and may God bless you, and may God bless, preserve, and protect the Republic of Kenya and her people. And now, therefore, I hand over the reports to the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker of the National Assembly in that order. Asanteni sana.
Okay, order, senators. Order, members. Honorable senators, Having concluded the only business on today's order paper, the Senate now stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 1st December 2021 at 9:30 a.m. in the Senate chamber. I thank you.
Honourable members of the National Assembly, the National Assembly now stands adjourned until Wednesday, 1st of December 2021 at 9:30 a.m. All honourable members and invited guests will join His Excellency the President for our reception at the Parliament Courtyard, just in front. In the meantime, honourable members, please remain standing in your places as His Excellency the President and the Speaker's procession leave the chamber. I thank you.
You have been watching a special sitting of Parliament of Kenya, joint sitting of the Senate and the National Assembly, where President Uhuru Kenyatta has been giving the State of the Nation address. This broadcast was made available courtesy of the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. I now hand you over to John Jacob Kuria at the Parliament of Kenya buildings. Good evening.
The constitutional remarking that what didn't happen will happen. Of course, criticizing the judgment of the judges who presided over the Supreme Court case, and that is a Court of Appeal case as well as a High Court case. Remember, it was a unanimous decision by both levels of the judiciary in terms of their verdict on the BBI referendum bill, or the whole process of the referendum. But President Uhuru Kenyatta says what didn't happen will happen, and that is the climax of his conversation this evening. Quite interesting. The president used about almost 2 hours elucidating on his achievements from 2018. But right now, I'm joined by a member of parliament. Very quickly, tell our viewers who you are, which county you come from.
My name is Honorable Rashid Amin, MP Wajia's constituency from Wajir County.
All right.
His Excellency UHURU Kenyatta has used today's session to expound on his achievement for the last 10 years and for his succession. And he has explicitly been very clear. He has indicated who is going to succeed from him, and he said it very clearly. Anybody who believes in the BBI is the one who is going to succeed his leadership. That was very clear. That was candid enough. And he wanted the good values of BBI, the good intentions of BBI to be succeeded, and any one time that is going to be succeeded. But as far as the economy is concerned, he has not been able to give out. He said Kenya has been able to grow economically from 13, the best in Africa, the wealthiest in Africa, to 6 in Africa. But how is that translated? The GDP has increased to 11 billion shillings. How is that translated to the common man? Has the common man, the poverty index reduced? No. Has the value translated, the economy translated equally to the common man? No. But yet the country has has increased in terms of wealth as the 6th wealthiest country in Africa. So, but how it's going to be translated into Kenya, into the rest of the Kenyans, is one question that Kenyans has to expound on and to clearly understand.
Quite a telling question on the part of a president when he says what didn't happen will happen in reference to the BBI bill. I really want to understand, probably from your perspective, what did that mean?
That was very clear. He says if it's not going to happen through the Supreme Court, so that we gain the BBI, then it means anybody whom he feels who is a believer in the BBI is going to be the succession and is going to be the succession. That he has given a clear indication on who is going to succeed. Among the principles, you know, in the current country, you know who is a believer in the BBI. So it was a clear indication. What I have not been able to achieve, it is going to be achieved. And it's going to be done. How it's going to be done is we are here to see it. So that was very clear, and I think the head of state was very clear in his statement. Right. Thank you very much.
Member of Parliament for Wajir is talking to us, really about the feeling as regards President Uhuru Kenyatta's speech. And, listening to the president keenly, you could tell this was his last speech for the State of a Nation address. And now, Mheshimiwa Tongi joins us from Parliament. Listening to the president, how would you rate his last State of a Nation address?
The president has done very well. He has explained what he has achieved as a president. He has explained his vision for the country. And I want to believe that one of the biggest deliverables that is going to bequeath Kenyans is the unity of purpose and unifying the Kenyans. Because without all that unity, all the development agenda that he has spoken about will not go far. And we are grateful as a country that we have a person who has that passion for the country, because as he said, from statistics, in another 10 years we'll be having more than 63 million Kenyans. So we have a duty of ensuring that we rate the infrastructure, put it in place so that people will get the facilities to use when that time comes. Having said that, it's important for me to mention that we need to do a lot more, because unemployment is a big issue. The youth today are whining and complaining, and for good reason, because of unemployment. We want to believe that for the remaining short period of the president, we are going to address unemployment of the youth, and also the subsequent leadership which is going to come in will address unemployment of the youth, because it's such a big concern, and it's a big concern. When we tell them that the economy has grown in leaps and bounds, they don't understand that language, because the economy to them would mean more employment, and we can't see that employment on the ground. But we believe that with the structure and the system that the president has put in place will in future help us to achieve that, which is the biggest concern of all of us.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. We'll keep giving a few minutes to each and every member of Parliament so we can. The MB4, I'll die if I'm not right.
Yeah, you're right.
Finally, tell us about your feelings about what President Uhuru Kenyatta has said here today.
In my observation, it's true that this government did some work at the beginning of the first term.
Yes.
And it's unfortunate that President, whoever did the speech, didn't work out the figures. The president at some point was giving us figures of KMC making 1 million shillings a month, a day. And his calculation was coming to about 3 billion shillings a year, which is not true actually. The figures could have been about 360 million shillings. So I realized the speechwriter made us a lot of errors in it. Number two, it seemed the president seemed to be out of touch with the reality. Kenyans are actually suffering. From the speech, the president was expressing the fact that our economy is doing very well. In the reality, unless you are not in the villages, unless you are not in small towns, Kenyans are suffering. Kenyans are actually borrowing heavily on Polisa. We are having about 70 million Kenyans on Polisa to show that people are suffering. And unlike the fact that you have been told by the president that we are doing pretty well, it's not the fact. I wish that more figures can be drawn, and the president should be briefed well. Kenyans are suffering, and I wish that all of us can be alive to it. The other day we got information that Kenya Railways were making a loss of 24 billion shillings. Actually, if you look at what KQ, we had made a loss of 20 billion shillings. The government took a lot of money to bail them out. We have been told that this economy has produced about 80 trillion billion shillings in the last 8-9 years. If that is the case, then why are we borrowing? You know, there seem to be a lot of issues that the president should be privy now, and so that we don't actually give figures to please the Kenyans, but in the reality, there are things that need to be worked out. When you talk about also the tarmac, we are talking about 11,000 kilometers. You know, there are roads that actually were eye-marked, like even my constituents was supposed to have been done. They were never done, you know. So I don't know where the 11,000 kilometers the president is talking about. There are quite a number of roads that have not been done. Maybe the figures could be slightly less, but we give credit where he has done. The issue of electricity has quite a number of households has been connected, but there are quite a number of households that requires to be connected. All right. Yes.
Fantastic. The MP4 Aldai. I'll keep taking very quick interviews very easily to allow all members of parliament to ventilate on President Uhuru Kenyatta's speech. Very quickly, tell us who you are, which constituency you represent.
Yeah, I'm Honorable Hassan Ulufo, Member of Parliament for Isiolo North.
All right.
Yeah, I think His Excellency gave us State of the Nation address. It is a kind of scorecard, you know, what he has achieved over the last 9 years since his first term. Of course, he talked about huge infrastructure development. He was able to compare what we were able to achieve as a country from the pre-independence period and also the 3 presidents which preceded him. Frankly speaking, I think we have had a huge leap in terms of expanding our infrastructure. The roads, for example, in the last 8 years, his government has been able to construct 10,000 kilometers of tarmac. In our own region, I think we are soon going to have the road from Isiolo, Modogashe to Wajir being part of what he has shared with us. One area where particularly I was interested and His Excellency touched on is response to the current drought. We are facing a very serious drought as a country, and I think in his Mashujaa Day speech, among the areas where he said money should be allocated to includes drought response, particularly the area of livestock offtake. He indicated that 1.5 billion has been allocated, but on the ground nothing has happened. So in a nutshell, I think those who are tasked to ensure that this money is released to save assets of pastoralists by way of offtake have let him down. And that's one area where, particularly as a pastoralist, as a member of parliament representing pastoralist areas, I feel something needs to be done. We have received some rains and we have lost animals as a result of the receipt of these rains. Through that 1.5, we expected, apart from the offtake, the government to also provide livestock subsidies, feed supplements, which has not taken place. Yes, and this will have a very serious impact in terms of recovery from the drought. And I think in other areas, in terms of infrastructure for SIPs, competence-based curriculum, which he touched on, I think things have started in my county. I can confirm. The sub-county directors of education have started collecting data on local contractors, and as indicated, we are confident that by first week of December, we are going to have the program being rolled out. It's a good thing, but generally I think he gave a very good speech. A very good speech.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Member of Parliament for Isiolo North, and now I'm joined by David Ole Sankok, the nominated Member of Parliament for Jubilee. Quick one again. Tell us how you read President Uhuru Kenyatta's speech today.
Yeah, it was excellent, especially on the issue of development, on the issue of infrastructure. It was perfect, and everything that he said was very true because of the issue of infrastructure. The only problem that I have is when they talk of a constitutional moment and the issue of BBI. And mostly I liked where he said in 1992 we had post-election violence. In 1997 we also had post-election violence. 2013, 2017 we had post-election violence, and we only did not have
post-election violence in 2002 because he gracefully accepted the outcome of the election, and that led to us being very peaceful in a peaceful transition. The only thing that he stopped short of mentioning that there have been a single denominator of violence in those years that we have been.
You can't say
violence. No, 1997. Whoever read the rejection letter of the outcome of the election was Raila Odinga. In 2007, his name was still there. In 2013, his name is still there. In 2017, his name is there. It cannot be a coincidence that he is the only presidential candidate who ever complained of any outcome of the election, and that led to post-election violence. If Uhuru had complained of the outcome of the election and had rejected the outcome of the election in 2002, when we had a transition, we will have had the worst violence ever in this country. But because he gracefully accepted, and I think he was sending a signal to all of us that let us accept the outcome of election.
All right. All right. Let me bring in a ranking member of the House as we wind up the commentary here. The Majority Whip, Emmanuel Wangwe. Sir, we might spend, like about 2 minutes discussing this, because quite telling of the president saying what didn't happen will happen. What is in the pipeline because you're the Majority Whip?
What didn't happen will happen.
Yes.
I might not really catch up with what he meant by that. It's also something we'll have to look at it, that what didn't happen will be able to happen. It's something to look at, yes.
But you have about 2 bills already in Parliament seeking to amend the Constitution, brought by the committee by Jeremiah Kioni. Probably that was the president was referring to.
I don't think so. He was only wishing that what didn't happen will happen, because there is still litigation in the process. There is an appeal at the Supreme Court. He hopes that now the Supreme Court will see the light of the day and give note that the BBI can proceed. At the same time, he was referring to what happened in Parliament and the steps that were taken. So according to me, one, he has acknowledged that the judiciary is independent. It can make its own decision. So according to me, it's okay. Right. Yes.
But generally rating President Uhuru Kenyatta's speech today as a Majority Whip, very quickly.
I'll give him to the scale of 10 and 8. The reason being, the president has been able to move us from position 12 to position 6. Number 2, the president has been able to highlight in numericals. He has given us numbers to compare in terms of when you look at how he has grown the country. It has been very wonderful. Electricity he has mentioned. He has mentioned in terms of how we are now responsive to various issues. So to the scale of 10, I'll give him an 8 very comfortably. Yes.
Thank you very much. The Majority with my minority. But very quickly, before I take back to studio, because I have a person who served in the public service and now the Member of Parliament. Thank you very much. Tell us about how you rate President Uhuru Kenyatta's speech.
I actually rate the president's speech very highly today, because if in a scale of 0 to 10, I would probably give him above 7. Why I say that? I think he has addressed the pertinent issues. He started with the issue of how we reacted to COVID as a country, and the dilemma the country had of either locking down and ruining the economy or keeping it open and people dying. And I appreciate that he actually at the beginning decided that we lock down so that we save people's health, but then do it in a measured way and from time to time open up so that the economy can actually recover in the period. I think that was fantastic. He brought out the issue that the way we reacted, we actually took the opportunity. We took the situation as an opportunity and actually improved the infrastructure of health. They may not be fantastic. People may not see it now. But if you look at the ICU beds that are available, the number of hospitals that are there, the capacity to produce oxygen, this is going to be a great in the future. So I think that was, I really liked that. And still going on health, the improvement that has occurred in health, for example, in Nairobi. When I was director of medical services, I had indicated for a long time that the way to improve health services in Nairobi is not to expand Kenyatta, but to put more health facilities, which he has done. We had started by putting Kayole, Mama Lucy, but he has come and done 15 and doing more. when these are all in place, I think the health services will improve. His commitment, even though we have not reached of having a universal health coverage and get insurance for all, I think that is really fantastic. Now, the idea of using the armed forces to resurrect some services like the Kenya Meat Commission, I think that data is impressive. So I think it's done the linking us with infrastructure with the rest of Africa and within Kenya, the standard railways, the ports, those are important. But I want to say, the last one now, the realization that what was lost in BBI is a great loss. Today, the counties would have received over 560 billion instead of 365. The realization that if you expanded the executive to have more people, it's not expensive as other politicians would say that people are expanding to get jobs. But just realize the handshake immediately stopped the fighting. And just realize even in 2007, when Kibaki and President Kibaki and again went to Kilaguni, all the fighting and the death stopped, and I saw them because I moved around. Now, what does it mean if now you had all people represented, they feel they belong there? The cost of that is so small compared to what we lose when people are fighting. I told you in 2017 we were losing 1 billion an hour. Now, what these people will earn is so small compared to the peace that comes and the improvement in the economy. Therefore, I agree with him that one day we must go back and look at what was in the BBI and make them change the constitution if necessary so that Kenyans can benefit from the good thoughts that were in it.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nyikal, a Member of Parliament for STEM, is speaking to us generally about the filling of President Uhuru Kenyatta's speech. And generally, time is very much gone. The speech went for over 2 hours. So I think I'll hand it back to studio so they continue with the rest of the analysis. We'll be giving you detailed reports in our subsequent bulletins. Back to you, Broadcasting House.
Very well. Thank you very much, John Jacob Curie, back there in Parliament, where President Uhuru Kenyatta has just delivered his State of the Nation address that has lasted for more than 2 hours and 18 minutes. Well, that's a record State of the Nation address. But of course, you must agree with me that it was such a loaded speech outlining some of his key achievements in the last 8 years. And one thing that is very interesting about that speech, it was the use of data and statistics, to try and drive a point home. From driving Kenya's economic position from 12th position in Africa in the year 2013 to position 6 in the year 2020, to the number of jobs that have been created so far, and of course the number of hospitals that his administration has managed to construct. That was a very interesting speech. In the studio, we are back here to try and have a look at some of the issues that President Uhuru Kenyatta has raised in his speech, and of course the way forward. Delano Kilu is a development expert. He has been with us the whole of this afternoon, and of course next to him is Dr. XN Iraqi. I want to start first of all with you. How comes we never heard anything about his attempt, President Kenyatta's administration attempt to fight corruption?
We didn't hear this because you have to understand, O'Brien, this is really that closing of an administrative era. And what we heard the president clearly say is this is his legacy State of the Nation address. That's why he really delved into the statistics of his achievement over the years. Mm-hmm. He wanted to focus on the good. As they say sometimes, the good is the enemy of the best. Mm-hmm. We do wish he could have done better, but it is his moment. So it was his moment, it was his constitutional moment, with all the arms of government in one place to confidently declare that I have done well. My administration has done well. We have achieved. What the president was elaborating over the 2 hours is the big picture of the transformation of Kenya. showing that Kenya has matured as a nation, showing that Kenya is now on the precipice of being able to step into the future. If you look specifically like into areas where he said, I called the military to run particular things that were going out. He talks about the big push initiative. He talks about the monies that are now being availed through government and to the people directly. He really focused on the big picture while touching on the common man, talking into all the geographical territories of the country. I think from a perspective, if I was to look at it from my hat as the Protective and Safety Association of Kenya Secretary General, I would say that the security community feels very comforted because they hear that they're getting housing, there's provision for their housing, there's welfare, there's care. You know, from the external part, he didn't focus too much internationally. But if I was to talk about it like from an international police organization perspective, they would say that conditions are improving in Kenya for the welfare of those who are mandated with safeguarding peace. Again, he didn't talk like what you're saying into the very issue of corruption, but he did side reference it. If you heard in the small comments, he said if we could just stop stealing. So he mentioned it, but he mentioned it as a soft pass. And this is what we were saying right at the beginning. We said in today's speech he's going to come across as the father of the nation, given the mandated office, elected officially, and say, these are the good things I have done. And remember, in 2002, I gave way when I lost. And I'm looking forward. He was really sending some messages here that from the big picture perspective, he wants to see a changed Kenya because he has done all he can to do it.
And from your own perspective, you believe that he has managed to drive that message home in the best way possible?
He has unified the country. One, that's a very big, very, very big plus. He has said, I made the right decisions. That's number two. I'm a president who did not make mistakes. That's what he's saying. I did not make mistakes, but my external environmental conditions did not allow me to achieve as much as I wanted to achieve.
I'll be coming back to you, but I want to also to hear from Ex-Hen. I mean, as a lecturer and as a person who is used to speaking to students and to many people, who do you think President Kenyatta's message was directed to?
I think as much as possible, he tried to talk to every Kenyan. People on the streets, people in urban areas, people in rural areas, people along the coast, people along the borders. He tried to appeal to everybody. To me, his speech was a self-referendum of what he has done since he came to power. And what some of the things that surprised me is how, and I've not seen such speech for a long time, how he considered Kenya to have been a country. To me, that was very ingenious. Then he started using some vocabularies that we have not been hearing in the mainstream. The big bang, the big push. It's a big push, the big bang, acceleration. So he seems to be coming up with his own economic model, what I would probably call UHURUnomics. And maybe in future, we should be writing some papers to define what is economic legacy. But the speech was very long. He tried to appeal to everybody. And there were some surprises. He never talked about 2022. Because I expect that to be a big part of his speech. He never talked about it. Maybe he left it for the others. Another probably very surprising thing is he never talked about corruption directly, as my friend put it. And that was surprising. But if I was giving my last State of the Nation address, as my friend put it, I don't think I want to bring the bad things, the negative things. I want to be remembered for the big thing, good things I did for this country. And finally, and you alluded to that, is the use of statistics.
Yes.
Because when you use statistics, it becomes very hard for anybody to challenge you. And I wish future president, future politicians are going to be using data to pass their statement or to pass their message.
To pass their message.
Yeah, but in the next maybe 24 hours, we are going to see how Kenyans have reacted.
How Kenyans are going to react. I also want to hear from you. I mean, judging from how President Kenyatta has managed to drive this country in the last 8 years, if he was to land an international position, what position do you think is likely to get?
If you look carefully, O'Brien, at this particular State of the Nation address, President Uhuru Kenyatta is the consummate statesman. His body language is completely relaxed. He's very, very confident. He was confident and relaxed and calm and settled, as though he knows what's about to happen next, as though he knows the good things that are ahead of the country. And this came across very, very, very clearly. And so obviously with the kind of shuttling that he has been doing over the last couple of months, we see him probably transitioning. This was his preparation. He's preparing us for his transition from this administration into becoming the consummate statesman, not just a statesman, but an African statesman. Somebody who will help to unify the continent, to drop the boundaries and the borders. And you hear that reference in his speech. He says, we should be more united. Why are we focusing on these divisions? I have made this visa-free for Africans to come here. And he's talking about the port of Lamu. Since colonialism, the first country to build its own port. He's talking into the big agendas, the big pictures, the big push initiative.
Yeah.
You can see that he wants to be in that place possibly in the near future where he will be a voice for Africa to the rest of the world.
And did you hear President frustrations with the fact that the attempt to amend the constitution never went through? Did you feel that?
I was very surprised when he says that whatever was not done will be done. That was quite surprising. I would probably wonder, what does he know that I don't? But it seems that the BBI was work in progress. And despite the judgment, I think there are concerted efforts to implement that document in future. And I think the former Prime Minister made it clear one of these days that once he becomes the president, if he becomes the president, and I guess even whoever becomes the president doesn't, whether it is former Prime Minister, DP Ruto, or whoever else, I am almost sure they will revisit the BBI. Because it seems there were some good provisions, but they could not go through. And the president tried to sell that idea, that this was a great idea. In fact, I was very surprised he kept on hammering what mattered, what was important in that document. And that probably he was sending a coded signal or coded message that whoever will take after me, carry on from there.
But Kilo, because we have to wind up in the interest of time, did you get any hint as to where President Uhuru Kenyatta is headed to next once his reign of power comes to an end here in Kenya?
It's pretty obvious that right now he sees the future ahead like a future Kwame Nkrumah or a Kofi Annan, a statesman, the consummate statesman that is leaping beyond the boundaries of Kenya, that is providing leadership where it's needed at a global level or at a regional level within our regional economic communities. So it's obvious, it's pretty obvious that he's disassociated himself from the political mesh. And he mentioned that because historically he walked us through his process. He walked us through his life story in politics. And he was essentially saying, I have done well, and this is my accomplishment, this is my achievement. And looking for the support of Kenyans, and looking to cross the divide between both sides of the house, or the sides that are opposed to one another, and bringing that home to the Kenyan people, to the understanding that, look, let's not panic. We have everything under control, including COVID, including ability to manufacture syringes, including ability to begin making vaccines for ourselves, including ability to be a help and hope to the rest of the world. So his focus is very, very much external, while fixing all the internal problems, which he said he has neatly started showing up and Kenyans will start seeing results. He's looking forward to transitioning into a much larger role, but not a traditional role as we are accustomed to within the mandate of within Kenya's borders, constitution, and boundaries.
Thank you very much. I want to end up with you, ex-N Iraqi. First of all, I want to hear from you. What do you make of Kenyatta's long speech? I mean, 2 hours and about 18 minutes. That would be classified as a very long speech, you know, on the international scale. And of course, we have also come to be accustomed to a president who has embraced African fashion, whereby you always see him, you know, wearing African-themed shirts and so much. Today, he was in a suit. What do you make of that?
I think the president, by wearing a suit, he was setting a statement. I'm the president. I'm a technocrat. I've been able to solve this country's problems for the 9 years I've been in power. And I think what the president is telling us indirectly is he wants us to be nostalgic about his 10 years in power. That's why he kept on talking what has happened in the last 100 years, what has happened in the last 8 years. So I think he wants us to start thinking about his legacy. What has he done for this country? Because now one of the things we are going to start asking is, now I can compare Uhuru Kenyatta with Mwai Kibaki or with Daniel Arap Moi or with his father. So I think he's trying to appear as a president who has been in control of things, a president who has turned around the economy, a president who has created peace, and a president whose legacy and works will outlast him. But I can tell you something for free. Even if he leaves the presidency today, I think we are going to feel him for many years to come. And I think that is his intention. And he did that in his speech.
In 10 seconds each, what is this one unique aspect that you noticed about Kenyatta's speech?
I would say that today President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta's speech was, he was able to connect to the common man where he lives without giving precision details onto what is promised, but asking the common mwananchi to trust him in his last few remaining months, while giving a very clear scorecard of how far he has come.
Thank you very much. XN.
I think there's no doubt in his speech that he was a president. He was very presidential. He was able to connect with the Kenyans from all over the country. He was able to be humanized a bit. And at the end of the day, Kenyans must have felt that they have a president. So anybody who thought he was a lame duck, they may have to revise their position.
Very good. Gentlemen, thank you so very much indeed for being with us in the last 4 hours, actually.
Yes.
We started this show at about 2 p.m.
You should have given us supper.
Oh, we should have given you supper here. Hang on
but
there.
as long as curfew was not instituted, we're fine. We're
don't
happy.
worry, you don't know what is cooking in the kitchen. Thank you very much.
So we hang around?
You just hang around there. Man, oh man. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, we have been here for the last 4 hours analyzing the State of the Nation speech by President Uhuru Kenyatta, and we have managed to give you a very detailed post-speech analysis. I have been joined by two gentlemen quite accomplished in their trade. XN Iraqi is a lecturer of economics at the University of Nairobi, and Dilano Kilu is also a development expert, joining us here to help us and make understanding of what President Uhuru Kenyatta has managed to deliver. My name is O'Brien Kimani. From the team that was in Parliament to the team that has been here, and of course to the production team and the team that was in charge of planning this State of the Nation address, thank you so very much. Remember, our 7 o'clock bulletin is coming up right now, right here. Have a good evening.